All right. Welcome, everyone, to session 1 of Regencia. Shadows and Bloodties, Book 1. If we could go in order of age, your character's age, so we'll move around the screen. If everyone could introduce themselves and also tell us like a general base stats of what kind of a character you'll be playing. Maybe like your class. We'll all be at level 3 starting out. And we'll start with Oliver Sterling, if that's all right.
Sure, just basic introduction and class. That's it, huh? Okay, I'm Oliver Sterling. I am a 2 classes of Bard, 1 class of Warlock.
And what's your real name?
Oh, Ryan.
Nice to meet you, Ryan. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice
Okay.
to meet you.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi. Good to see you guys again.
Ryan is friends, not food. Okay, Brooklyn. Oops.
I'm Brooklyn. I'm playing Dove Broadhall. She is a halfling rogue, and she is in the working class. She's actually Lady Eleanor's lady's maid.
Oh, and Ryan, what is your race?
I am a half-elf.
Great.
Yep.
So we've got a half-elf and a halfling. Okay, M.
All right. I'm Emily, whatever you want to call me. I'm going to be playing Lady Eleanor Sterling, who is a human, Order of the Scribes wizard. Yeah, was that everything?
Great.
Did I get it? I forgot.
Yeah.
I lost it halfway through.
It was perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Hello, everyone, and those who are watching the recording. My name is Milo, and I'll be playing Dominic Sterling, the human fighter battle master, who is mostly on the dex-based side.
Great. Thank you. Okay, last but not least, the baby.
Baby.
Hi, my name is Seth. I'll be playing Nicholas Sterling, the baby, also the one with the highest title in the party of PCs.
Wow, just throwing that out there.
Damn.
No big deal.
Like that.
It
First
should've been
session,
deal, but-
okay.
No big deal, but throw the weight
I'm
around.
Nicholas
just a little
Sterling, and I'm also the best.
The best.
He said it, I didn't.
Oh, man. Okay.
Oh, and I'm playing a human sorcerer.
Oh, thank you. You had to get in that you were the best. That's important.
I do not like the atmosphere that we have created in the studio today.
Okay. I'm Chantry. I'm the DM. This is my first ever full online campaign that I've run. And this is a brand new group. We've never played together. We've all been chatting over the last couple of months. And I'm really excited because you guys are going to all be great. I just know it. I can't say you guys are all great because we never played together, but I just know you're going to be great.
Whoa.
Whoa, no pressure.
Whoa.
Okay. So, this is the world of Regencia. And this is a homebrew world that is an alternate thread of what Regency England could have been with magic. So we are in a similitude of Regency England, but in an original world. So we don't need to get too nitpicky if things don't exactly line up with our real world history. I'm just going to read a little introduction to the campaign, and then I will get into our session 1's introduction. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to a world where Regency elegance intertwines with arcane mysteries, and powerful families wield more than just social influence. In the heart of this fantastical realm, noble houses vie for power, engaging in intricate political dances while hidden forces of magic and ancient secrets lurk in the shadows. Amidst the opulent ballrooms and sprawling estates, a web of intrigue ensnares both the elite nobility and the diligent servants who navigate the clandestine currents beneath a veneer of propriety. As alliances are forged and rivalries ignite, the stage is set for a D&D campaign where the destinies of not just individuals, but entire bloodlines hang in the balance. Get ready for a journey where drama, magic, and high society collide in a dance of power and peril. Dun dun dun!
So good.
More important than who you are in Regency society is, of course, who your family is. Are you the clergyman's daughter? Or did your father marry well into old money and a vast estate? We are all made what we are by our ties to others. Shall you find in another a loyal confidant or a bitter rival? Or could it be the former object of your affection, still jilted by your disloyalty? While a proper lady or gentleman has a great many characteristics, society reduces you to just one. Are you the heir, toying with suitors as you wait expectantly for your estate? Or a socialite desperate to climb the ladder to the pinnacle of high society? Your heart burns with a hidden passion for the achievement of possibly just one end. Will you support your family? Or will you put yourself first and rise in rank in the country of Regencia? Regencia is a country led by the royal Shadows&BloodTies family. They reside in the castle in the capital city of Donlin, which is basically where modern-day London, or ancient London, would have been. The Sterling family is a recently gentrified family. Their grandfather purchased, he was a miner, they're a mining family, and he purchased an island just off the northwestern coast that seems to be just a large rock, seemingly unusable, but it was outside of their sheep pasture lands, and they purchased it with the intention of seeing if it yielded anything of worth. Upon mining this island, they discovered a wealth of jewels, raw gemstones and minerals, instantly catapulting the Sterling family into wealth they couldn't have dreamed of before. After about 4 years of mining these gemstones, they finally reached a deep enough level and they discovered diamonds. These diamonds catapulted their wealth to a realm where they were able to invest it in other business ventures, primarily a bank large enough and capable enough to service the entirety of the country of Regencia. Because of the influence and impact of this bank, Sterling Bank, the king decided that their originality and the uniqueness of the situation and the impact that Sterling Bank and the Sterling mining operation would have upon the country justified raising the Sterling family to a rank that few are able to achieve. Breaking through the glass ceiling, as it were, in society is seldom done. But the Sterling family was taken from a middle class, respectable wealth and status into the gentry and the aristocracy. Lord Spudnik Sterling was given the title of Earl, and his wife the title of Countess. As we enter Session 1 of Shadows and Bloodties, Book 1, A Regencia Story, we are entering Regencia after a horrible hurricane has ravaged the southwestern shores of the country. The hurricane has ravaged the southwestern shores, leaving the peninsula churned and scored like a crop field after it's tilled. House Vaneforge naturally had suffered the greatest blow, being in the hurricane's path. Thankfully, if any family was to withstand such a beating, House Vaneforge, with their mechanically reinforced doors, kooky drainage systems, and weather-neutralizing bubble shields, they, hopefully, had survived the onslaught with minimal damage. However, as no word's been sent out from Vaneforge Manor, we can only conjecture. Keeping to the western bank, but moving farther north, the newer estate of House Sterling seems to have weathered the storm without great complication. Besides the undercook, Betsy, poor, bedraggled Betsy, who was travelling back from Clockshire and had not heard news about the impending hurricane, had been caught on foot, sheltered from the storm under the splayed roots of a large elm tree that was growing out of a small hillock. Prone to high intensity normally, by the time Betsy staggered up to the estate, she was like a phantom from a tragic fiction novel and quite beside herself. It is 6 o'clock in the morning, on August the 15th, 1813 RG. The family is still asleep, lulled during the night by the window-rattling rainstorms. However, the estate is far from quiet, as yard hands, scullery maids, and house servants and couriers already bustled about, engaged in their early morning duties. Dove, you are also already awake, as you are every morning, making yourself presentable for the day. Just as you fasten the last button on your sensible lady's maid dress, you hear a courteous knock-rap-tap on the door of your quarters on the 4th floor of the Sterling estate.
Just a moment. And I go and I open the door and kind of like crack it open. Yes?
It is Mrs. Whitaker, the housekeeper, standing at your door. Dressed in a house bonnet and the high-necked mustard yellow dress she favors, you tag, as you do every time, how nice it is to be at eye level with someone. Hands on her hips, she says, "Oh, good, you're dressed. I'm not sure you heard about Betsy, that silly, silly girl. But she's in a right state. I was hoping you could come help me with her before the families got up. Mrs. Todd can't help. She has to get the breakfast ready. You know how Lord Sterling gets if he doesn't eat breakfast. There will be time to fix your hair before you see to Lady Eleanor."
Right. Of course. Yeah. Gladly. And I shut the door and I go and look in the mirror and like do a couple things to my hair real quick. And then
Yeah, your hair you thought looked fine.
Yeah, I put an extra pin in it, and then I go back out.
You see Mrs. Whitaker, the housekeeper, bustling off, counting off on her fingers some task list or other that only she would know about. If you could, Brooklyn, please explain for everyone what Dove looks like.
Yeah, she's short. She's a halfling. She's about just a little under average for a halfling. Slim figure. She's got kind of dark auburn hair, big, inquisitive brown eyes, and a kind of a tight mouth. Yeah.
Great. And being a halfling, you would know that Mrs. Whitaker, the housekeeper, is actually a half dwarf, half halfling, which is not commonly seen. And I'm sorry, half dwarf, half elf. But she's pretty short, and she passes kind of as either a very oddly, uniquely short human, or maybe a very fair dwarf, because she keeps this bonnet right around her head at all times, and she wears these very proper high-necked conservative dresses, and she keeps herself very respectable. Most people don't think to ask about her heritage, as that would be fairly rude. She has bustled down, and it's quite a ways down to the kitchens in the basement, one floor under floor 1. If you guys all click on your handout screen, you should see pictures of Mrs. Whitaker, Dove, and Betsy. Let me know if you can't see them.
Let's see.
Sorry.
I see 2 pictures.
Handouts. Oh, yes.
Dove's coming in there slowly but surely.
In what order are they?
Oh, she's got a nose on.
I don't think we have Betsy.
Okay, she just uploaded.
She's there.
Betsy has
Betsy.
The short brown hair with the white and black outfit. Dove is the cute redhead, and Mrs. Whitaker, the housekeeper, is the yellow dress, bonneted profile picture.
Gotcha.
So, Mrs. Whitaker, you catch up to her as you walk with her down the servants' stairs, through the different levels, all the way down to the basement, where Betsy probably had come in through the kitchen courtyard and is currently sitting in the main kitchen in a chair. She is muddy, she is wet, she is just breathing quickly. She has a cup of hot tea untouched next to her on a little table, and the cook is just busying about the kitchen, huffing and rolling her eyes, having the other kitchen servants help her, as Betsy just is having her Disney princess heroine moment after her trauma. And as the housekeeper, Mrs. Whitaker, and Dove enter the kitchen, you hear Betsy saying, "I was in a right state. I was outside under the tree roots, and the storm was raging around me, and I thought I was gonna die, I did. And there was a bird. It was trying to eat me hair and nestle from the storm and take my spot, and I had to fight it off. And if it wasn't for Lord Sterling coming up with his carriage and seeing me then I don't know what I would have done.
I want to go start making a cup of tea. I know she has one already, but I want to make a cup of tea and swap it out. Just like gently take the one out of her hands and put the new one in.
Okay.
And then go help with the cook, just quietly, not saying anything.
Okay. Mrs. Whitaker says, "Yes, that must have been terrible. Now come on, Betsy, get a hold of yourself. The family will be awake soon, and we can't let them see that anything went awry during the storm." "I was caught out in the hurricane! I hear it was a hurricane. Did you hear? Housevane Forge, they're probably flattened. They're probably gone, lost in the sea, the tumultuous, crashing back and forth." And Mrs. Whitaker just goes, "Go and take your wet things off. Give it to one of the clothing maids, and they'll set your things out to dry once they're washed. And get a new set of a uniform." And Mrs. Todd says, "Why not just let her keep her whinging? It's not going to help me any having her in here in this state." And then Betsy says, "Oh, Lord Sterling, he's so handsome and powerful and strong, and he's
at this point, I'm gonna start helping usher her out of the room. Like, okay, yes, of course he is. Of course, let's go.
Yeah, Betsy is like pretty tall. She's just a human, but she's like a long gazelle of a woman, and she's like walking backwards, walking totally fine. You know, all of this story about her, I mean, might have been uncomfortable and traumatic, but she's just telling you as she takes out her wet hair and she's wringing it on the floor, and she's like, "Oh, he rolled up in his fancy carriage, he did, and he saw me, and he asked if I was okay, and then I fainted, I think, and he came over and he picked me up and he put me inside his carriage. I'd never been in something so fancy. Oh, he's such a hero."
Yep. Let's help you out of these wet clothes. Come on, please.
"Had you ever seen Lord Sterling? He was all wet. His muscles were rippling through his shirt. Oh."
Are we talking about the Lord Sterling, or are we talking about one of the younger lords?
"What? Lord Oliver Sterling, of course. The handsome brother to his Lord Spudnik."
I've not had the pleasure. No, unfortunately.
And as soon as you guys get to, as you can see on that south side of, past the kitchens, past the butler's office, there's the laundry room, the drying room, and so you get her in one of those. You and one of the laundry maids, the housemaids, help strip her down and get her a new shift. You have one of the lesser housemaids bring her a bowl of water that's warm, and so she can, kind of give herself a rub down bath. And she immediately starts telling the new girls all about Lord Sterling and just how heroic and handsome he is. And they all are like wringing out her clothes and folding things and just raptly listening. And they start twittering because Lord Sterling hasn't been seen for so long, and most of them had never seen Lord Sterling because they're all so young. And but they've heard about how handsome and interesting and what a hero he is with all of his cool adventures. So you are doing this, and then as you're helping, dear Betsy, Mrs. Whitaker comes in and says, "Dove, You need to get Lady Sterling up. The newspaper's just gotten here, and we know that it was supposed to get here a few days ago, but the hurricane put everything back, and the family's been asking every morning, so make sure you bring it to
I'm
her.
on my way.
Also,
Yeah.
you better stop by the correspondence office on the main floor to get the mail.
Of course, yeah, yep. And I just walk right out of the room and go for it.
Okay, the correspondence office is on the main floor. Where the ironing room is on the basement, just one floor up. It's through the parlor, and it's near the carriage porch, so the mail courier would have brought the mail as soon as possible with the storm and dropped off any letters that had been pushed back due to the hurricane. There is just a clerk in there, and he gives you one of the newspapers to bring up for the family, and also there is a whole stack of letters for Lady Eleanor.
Oh, all right. Is this normal? Probably to get a lot of letters, or is this unusual?
Yes, you as her lady's maid would just rifle through really quickly as you move past the parlor into the passage and up one of those servants' staircases that kind of spirals all the way up, and you would just make sure that there's no stupid mail that she wouldn't want to be bothered with yet, that maybe could just be left on her office desk in the mining office on the third floor. She sometimes likes to see important work mail, but there is a very beautiful letter, kind of a pink paper, wax sealed, and that's kind of a new thing. And then there's a couple important business letters, so you probably separate the stack, and you'll want to stop at the mine office that she utilizes while she's at the Sterling estate to drop off some of
On the way,
lesser mail. Yes.
can I do like an investigation or something on this pink letter? Because I'm nosy.
Totally. Please give us a roll.
Oh,
Goodness.
oh shoot.
The first roll. What will it be?
First roll.
Let's go now. I mean, no, don't
Already,
read my
sorry.
mail.
I had everything here except the dice, because
Do it.
This is a felony.
Read the spinster's mail.
I mean, he's not wrong.
The first rule is crime.
I got a 14.
Okay, and you recognize the seal as a good lady's maid. You know much more than the common housemaid about the aristocratic families of the land and their sigils and possibly what kind of stamps they would use. You can tell this letter is from House Blumet.
Does it smell good?
It smells like flowers.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And House Blumet, as a quick side note for everyone, as a reminder, is one of the aristocratic families. They are not one of the top 4 noble families, but they are in the same class as the Sterling family. They specialize mostly in growing things, plants, magical plants, herbs, flowers. They have butterfly gardens. They utilize pixies and fairies in their many beautiful gardens, and their estate is just a Garden of Eden, essentially. They are also known for being, very fittingly, very flowery, very beautiful, very just lovely. They are happy to be alive.
As I'm walking, I'm just like kind of indulging in this fancy item in my hands and like smelling it when nobody's around. I look very professional if I hear someone coming down the hallway, but and on to the next stop.
Great. So you're going to stop at the office first.
Yeah.
And there is a main door on the east side that would be locked until Eleanor gets over there, but you know that you can go through the north tower room, and you guys usually, there's like a hidden key above a doorway or something in that room so that you can get into the office when she's not there. Let's see here. So you drop some of those letters on her desk.
Mhm.
Eleanor, what does your office look like? Your Sterling Manor or your Sterling Estate office.
I imagine there are many, many bookshelves. That's in the past couple years that she's brought more and more of her like kind of like her study books that she's had like through her life, and you know the interest that she has like when she actually has a moment. Big like ornate desk that is very much not her style. Kind of similar to this. But I imagine instead of blue chairs, they're like black, or you know, with like kind of like black and silver jacquard fabric.
Ooh, yes.
Maybe like a family portrait right here.
Totally.
Oh,
Dove, you probably also want to have a cup of tea ready for her, as Eleanor can be a workaholic, and it is customary for married women of the land to take their breakfast in bed, but if you are unmarried, usually you will gather together with the family for breakfast, but Eleanor always stops at her office first. And so she likes to have a cup of tea ready in there before she goes down to breakfast.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually had already brought one up from the kitchens. So
Great. Of course you did.
So there.
All right.
You're the best.
Yeah, I fully expect her to either have been up super late or like is awake already working on stuff. So I'm just getting stuff ready for her in there. Yeah.
Yeah. By this time it's like 6:20, 6:25 in the morning. If you guys look on your handout screen, there is one of our character images for Eleanor. We will have the other one up at some point, but there's a picture of Eleanor.
ooh.
And Dove will make her way out of the mine office, lock the door in the North Tower room behind her, out to the corridor, through the third floor living hall, down the staircase hall, and then over to the balcony room on the south end of that wing of the estate. Now, the only other family member that is currently using this side is Pearl Sterling, Nicholas and Dominic's younger sister, who is in one of the rooms down the hall. And then Nicholas has the room attached to the third floor living hall. But you go over to the balcony room as it's titled on the map, and we see a picture of Eleanor Sterling there.
I want to go past Pearl's room as quietly as possible.
Okay. Please roll me a stealth check.
Yeah.
Yeah. More rolls.
More rolls.
That would be a 12.
Okay. You think you were stealthy enough.
Okay.
At least you sneak down the hall. There is a fine rug. Oh, hello, doggy.
A puppy.
Benny.
Oh. Him is very fancy. Or she's fancy? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and just gently tap on Eleanor's door, the balcony room door.
Eleanor, what do you think your night last night was like, the past 3 days there has been severe thunder and rainstorms due to the hurricane down in the southwest of the country. So there's not been a whole lot of traveling around or going outside. The family's been inside. What would your night last night have looked like?
So I imagine the first day, it's like, yes, there's no one around to bother me. I can just get so much work done. And then the second night, it's like, okay, I'm still getting a lot of work done, but I can only imagine like how much is going to be. It just progressively each night gets more and more like frantic a little bit. Until last night was like that combination of like working and pacing. Probably well into the night. But man, did she get a lot of things done.
Great. Would you be awake already, or would you have...
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay, so you hear
100%.
a light knock on your door.
Your
Yes,
ladyship.
Quinn?
Yep. And I go in.
And she is like almost fully dressed.
Yeah.
She's like missing like a vest or a waistcoat or whatever you want to call it. She's like fixing a I can't remember what these are called.
Cufflink?
Cufflink.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she's like fixing a cufflink and is already hair braided back and is just ready to go. Does not
And what
is polite and letting you help.
give us any other details you want for us to know about what Eleanor looks like? She is a human,
Okay,
right?
Yes. She is a human. I was gonna put up another picture, but my computer's like, screw you. Yeah, she's pretty tall for a woman, a human woman, especially like this time period. She's like, I think like 5'9" or something like that. Long dark brown hair, kind of tied, braided back in like a low braid, like kind of kind of loose curls, but not loose in like a messy way, a loose in like I did this on purpose kind of way. Where she kind of differs, like in a lady of this time period, she dresses more masculine clothes, but with like kind of like a feminine edge to them. I am gonna put a picture for you guys in chat. Yeah, so today she usually kind of monotone in her color scheme, like the kind of the family colors, blacks and silvers and whites and things like that. Little like bits and bobs here and there, pearls and diamonds. Not enough that it would be like tacky or anything, but just enough to be, befitting of her station.
Definitely.
And she looks stressed out.
And she
just like
looks
inherently.
I just added the new picture that you sent us to
nice.
the handouts screen so that everyone can see that nice and big.
This is official. Eleanor art.
This is the official and you had someone do this, right? Which is so great.
I did.
I love it.
So good. So cool.
Oh, I love it.
So great. Okay, so Dove, as happens often enough, some of your duties have been taken off of your shoulders because Eleanor decides to do things herself. She is still not quite adapted to the lady's life.
You've got some mail for you here. I'm a little relieved to see you didn't fall asleep at your desk this time. So good morning.
Yeah, that like looks off to the side at the desk. You've been around long enough that she probably fell asleep at her desk.
Yes.
Yes.
And I hand you the envelope, and then I go find a vest. I'm gonna try and find one that isn't black and silver, and see if you'll let me put it on you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Dove. And she'll kind of take out the pink one because it's very much not the style of letter that she usually receives in her business correspondence.
Right. And you can open your letter if you'd like.
Let's go.
And please read it for everyone.
Read it aloud. Oh my god. I want to break it.
Such is the nature of
Okay.
wax seals, right?
I know. I didn't break it. I ripped the. Oh my goodness, guys! This is a hefty one.
And while
Okay.
you are reading this in game to yourself, as your character is reading it to herself, or maybe out loud for Dove, I don't know. Dove is finishing polishing off your outfit and probably putting away your night clothes that you had probably just thrown
The
onto a chair.
bed.
Okay. To the loveliest and newest flower of House Sterling. My dear, with elation we extend our first of, we hope, many invitations to you and your precious mother to join us for tea at Bloomet Estate on the 20th of this month. As a courtesy, our garland carriage will be sent for you the morning of at 11 o'clock, and as soon as you can sit yourself long enough to make out a list of favorite herbs for us to give our housekeeper, she will be able to make sure cook specifically grows each and every one fresh for thy drinking pleasures. I am sure you can agree there is no greater pleasure than fresh tea taken in the company of elegant society. Now, in case your mind is vexed, wondering at the point of such an invitation prior to the start of this year's season, I must reveal that I recently learned from a network of trusted sources that House Sterling was jilted the opportunity to be presented before the King and Queen at the start of last year's season. That, on top of the tragic loss of your father and elder brother, left me aghast at the impropriety of such an oversight, and I knew at once we must take you and your dear mother under our wing. I can make sure that all proper protocol be demanded by high society and seen to for this year's season. Never you fear, Viscountess, we will dissect the minutiae regarding what style of frocks you must have ready. The latest hair trends, your lady's maid will want to start practicing the tools immediately to be ready in time. What flowers to put about the estate to reflect the most flattering light, for light and fragrances make such a difference in wooing of potential suitors. What colors the queen prefers looking upon most, and what make of gown slippers she despises. As the flower blooms and soaks up the attention of all lovely creatures in its vicinity, so too a friendship of beauty begs to be attended to and fawned over. My house, all gifted in the arts of beauty, will surely find bosom friendships in the Viscountess and the Viscountess Sterling. I can hardly write with my peacock quill gushing as I am. Oh my, there may be too much to go over in one afternoon, what with you being scheduled to come out this season. You and your mother, the Viscountess Senior, and your ladies' maids, of course, must stay the night when you come. Then we can discuss perfumes over dinner, lace at breakfast the following morning, and suitors to keep in your diary at luncheon and afternoon tea. That is settled then. I absolutely insist. How lovely an evening to look forward to, and perfectly timed to help us wait with grueling impatience for the start of this season's events. I shall inform Frank, Lily, and Ruby post-haste of the exciting news of our date. My niece, Little Tulip, is still too young for formal interactions, but my brother's wife, Lady Eve, might be convinced to join our party, and I do so hope Dahlia, my eldest, will have arrived home from her travels abroad in time to join our get-together. How much there is to do when one is in the business of love and society. I eagerly look forward to your reply, though I will assume the answer can only be acceptance of our tea party. Blooming, the Countess Bloomet, Lady Heather of House Bloomet.
Well read.
Oh my god, I was
read.
sweating.
Well read,
That was
because
intense.
the font on y'all's letters is not going to be the easiest to read for everyone.
I was showing my age. I was like, Eleanor takes out her
Monocle.
jeweler's
Oh,
forget
the
what
jeweler's loop.
loop, her jeweler's loop.
Okay, you have been invited to a very frivolous and exciting tea party at the Flowery Bloomet Estate for you and your mother.
He kind of just like looks it over for a little while, doesn't say anything. Well, and she hands it over to Dove. This pertains to you as well.
Oh, lovely. Yes.
And it just goes about looking through her other letters.
You're like, anyways.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, bother.
Are you going to say yes? Are you going to go?
There's like a split second of like, wanna. I don't really think I have a choice in the matter.
It doesn't sound like it from the letter, no.
How about this? We burn it and my mother never knows.
I will go and burn this letter for you if you'd
Don't
like.
burn the letter.
Okay, all right.
What color
yeah,
of vest did you put Eleanor in?
There's probably not a whole lot of options in there. So this would be probably like I have a thumbs up emoji all of a sudden. This would probably be like a I don't know, a dark magenta.
I was gonna say, do you think my mother would try and sneak other colors and other things, or do you think it's like strictly
just
gals?
going to say, every once in a while, her mother will send you with clothing to add to her wardrobe.
Yeah. I guess it would depend on how much you were watching as I was putting this on you.
Oh no, she's completely absorbed in her like other letters.
Yeah, it's pink and gold.
It does not match my black pants.
Pink and gold.
It really doesn't match one or the other.
It's Wednesday. We wear pink.
Okay, Eleanor, you
like,
are
pull it
looking
out.
through some of the other mail, and maybe there's some nice like rose quartz cufflinks that Dove switches out from the black ones you had put on. And you catch a sight of yourself in the mirror as you're going through the mail and are just suddenly horrified.
It's very funny, Dove.
It's the latest fashions.
Are they blind?
Must be. Mm-hmm. I'll go get you another one. I'll get you another one.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll pick out a dark like maroon one.
Hesitates for a moment, but lets it happen. It's more color than usual, so this is a win for you.
I was really excited that I got here before you were finished dressing all of the way so that I could try and do this. Yep. Okay.
Finishes like, but
yeah. What?
I was just saying, she finishes buttoning up, kind of straightens everything out, gives a little look in the mirror, looks to you, Dove. Little nod.
As you guys are, you ladies are finishing getting Eleanor ready, you hear some hushed voices out in the hall. There is the voice of one of the valets, young men that work for the estate, saying, "If you'll just come this way, my lord, we will get your old room ready."
Do I hear this?
You
Second,
can
would
hear
I?
it.
Okay. Kind of look over to Dove.
His lordship Oliver Sterling has arrived this morning.
Oh, I didn't know that he was coming. Would I have known that he was coming?
You would not, and you have not seen him in like literally a couple or a few years. Yeah, 1-2 years. He sends letters, he sends gifts, but he is quite the interesting adventurer and is always off doing things. And so it's been quite a while since you've seen him.
Okay. I'll walk to the door. I'll open it. I'll kind of like peek my head out a little bit. Do I see him? Is he coming down the hall? Do I see his back?
You would
Is he
see him
running?
standing outside of the Ruby Room while one of the valets is unlocking the door for him. And he is muddy, wet, in very nice clothes, but clearly went through some of the storm before arriving.
You know, it's been so long. I thought maybe I had imagined you.
I'll sort of turn around and sort of, clear my head of some of the strands of cold, wet hair, like off of my head, and see Eleanor, and I'll be like, Eleanor, it's good to see you. How are you doing? And he'll go over and sort of stop himself halfway before he goes in for a hug, and he goes, it was rough traveling, admittedly.
It looks it, not your usual. She'll kind of like gesture up and down.
There is a suave
Well,
picture of Oliver on the handout screen. And
He's
Oliver,
so handsome.
can you describe to us, I mean, besides the picture, but describe to us what Oliver Sterling exudes?
So yes, as you can see, he's wavy dark hair, very fine facial hair, but it's a black and white picture. So though mostly his hair would cover it, there are slightly pointed ears, being a half elf. His skin is like immaculately, like completely unmarred by like anything that anyone possibly consider an imperfection, a freckle, even a red mark, nothing. And he has green eyes, and there is a mixture between that well-known elven grace, but also there's like humanity in there that makes him quite approachable. But as for his actual attire, he's probably in something that is maybe like a longer overcoat for traveling, though it is all quite elegant. He would wear perhaps under his belt a purple sash. Coming to the capital and all, it's best to be prepared. He obviously has like the white shirt, and then he's probably wearing black over top of it, and maybe has a top hat with like a feather of some exotic creature off the side of it. And he'll kind of take off the top hat and move back all of his fine, wonderful black hair. He's sort of a dashing rogue type.
And the camera goes slow motion as he does so.
Absolutely, a little sparkle, a little lens flare. But no, he'll say, I would say that I admit I forgot to tell my driver how early you wake. I had hoped to get in before anyone would rise.
Yes, well, lots of things to do. Not enough hours in the day.
What was that, sorry?
I honestly don't know. I said, many things to do, not enough hours in the day.
Ah, there it is. I see. Well, maybe we could steal one of those hours for ourselves, huh? Want some breakfast?
I'm sure I can make time.
I still have some effect over the workaholic of the family.
It is nice to see you again.
It is lovely to see you, Eleanor.
Don't tell anyone, but I did miss you.
I won't tell a soul. I'd be happy to tell, though, that I did dearly miss you and your mother. You're doing good. You look good. Well, you look quite tired, actually, but you look good for Eleanor. I don't mean that with an insult, though it did sound quite insulting nowadays. Now that I think of it.
Yes. I think we call that a backhanded compliment.
I didn't mean it that way, you know that, darling.
This young man valet is just standing there like.
Oh, my apologies, good man.
The room is ready for you, my lord. We'll have a hot water basin brought immediately.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And he'll put a silver in his hand.
Wow. It's like he's equally enjoys that, but also being a staff member of the house, it's like
I know.
almost a little offensive. He's like
he's got to get used. He's got to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, you're
He's
just
gonna-
used to
in
traveling.
10 minutes, he's gonna be like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that." It's like,
Does my lord want it back?
sorry, is it not enough? Sure, I'll take it. I'm just kidding.
Wait, Eleanor, we can't hear you.
Eleanor, your silent spell capabilities are
Oh my gosh, sorry.
exceedingly powerful.
I don't know. Oh, I told the footman or whatever he is.
Yes, the
that
footman.
You're fine. It's fine, Uncle.
Right,
You're fine.
fine.
Just let him go.
I'm right. I apologize. Yes. Thank you very much. Sorry, been a long night.
My lord. My lady. And he walks off.
Well, I'm very excited to hear about how things are going. More than just the mines, of course. I hear that the season's upon us, and all of you have made the paper.
That is
Oh.
a true statement.
Have I met Dove before?
You have seen her around. You guys probably haven't talked much. You see, Eleanor, that Oliver has the paper under his arm, the paper that should have arrived a few days prior, but because of the storm, it was put off. And you're like, yes, the paper. And then you're like, wait, have I read the paper? I haven't looked at the paper yet.
I go and hand her the paper that I forgot to give her.
Is it this
Lady.
paper?
It's that paper.
Oh. Thank you, dogs. It kind of just like flips through it.
Oh, you're in there,
Nonsense.
aren't you, darling?
Unfortunately, I am. Here, wouldn't it be
Ooh.
funny? Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah,
know,
you
I've heard
notice
what
your
they have
name
to say.
multiple times in this letter.
What is my name?
Yes, you're quite heavily featured, Eleanor.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it depends, really. I'm curious, Eleanor. Are you still determined to be a spinster like your aunt?
That was the plan. Things have changed.
Things have indeed changed. I'm glad to hear that you're being reasonable about the meaning of our coming season.
I'm not being reasonable. I'm being dutiful, Uncle.
Ah, one and the same at times, it seems. Well, fear not, Eleanor. We will try and make this as painless a process as possible.
I don't know if that is possible, Uncle, but I appreciate it.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? Things become possible.
Eleanor, you notice that he is dripping mud all over the nice
I
rug.
was just about to say, Uncle.
Yes.
She points down. Like,
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Well, yes, I should probably,
the staff is going to have a field day.
Oh, well. They're the staff, aren't they? I mean, Never mind. Why don't I go get changed, and I'll meet you down in the breakfast hall. How's that sound?
Right at that moment, a manservant comes up carrying a towel over his arm and a bowl of steaming water and a pitcher held very skillfully underneath an arm. And he says, "Oh, sorry, my lord. I thought you were... did you want... Should I come back?"
No, by all means. Actually, speak of the devil and he shall appear. We were actually just speaking of such things. Please, right on.
He kind of gives a little bow and moves into your room. And he puts down the water pitcher and the bowl, and he takes off some sheets that were covering the desk in there and the bed, and he lets you know that someone will be up soon to start a fire for you if you would like. It is August, but it has been rainy and blustery, so...
I have noticed. Well, Eleanor, you are my closest confidant. I will see you at the breakfast hall. I will be excited to hear what you have to say.
No, there's much. And then she kind of gives you a little nod and heads off towards the office.
All right.
Okay, Eleanor and Dove, as you walk from the balcony room, which is Eleanor's room, down the hall, across the staircase hall, and enter the third floor living hall, you see Edwin Lance, valet to Lord Dominic and Nicholas, entering or knocking on Nicholas Sterling's door, which is attached right there at the end of the hall.
Am I on good speaking terms with the different staff members in the house?
I think so, especially the valets. They are around more with your cousins, just like Dove is around you more, and so at least the ladies' maids and valets you would probably know by name.
Okay.
And there is a picture of Edwin. Oh, a double picture, I guess, accidentally.
There's twins! They're twins!
They're twins!
Oh my gosh.
Of Edwin.
One per boy.
He duplicates himself.
That's cool.
That is the valet to both Lord Nicholas and Dominic Sterling.
Kind of as I walk by, I'll kind of call out, "Good morning, Edwin. Good luck this morning."
And he is kind of quiet, and he's a very, from what you've seen at least, from your perspective as one of the family members, Edwin is kind of quiet, very respectful, respectable, and he's a little mysterious, but not in like a concerning way. More of like you almost wish he was working for the mines rather than as a valet.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns to you, and he's got some things, a newspaper folded over his arm for the Lord Nicholas Sterling, and he's got tea in his hand, and he just kind of gives you a bow, and he says, "I wish you good morning, Lady Eleanor."
Don't let those two give you any trouble this morning. I know how they are.
He just kind of like awkwardly smiles, like, I would never say anything to agree or disagree with what you just said.
But behind Eleanor's back, I just give a little salute as I walk by.
Hit the edge of his mouth kind of quirks in a smile, and then he turns back to the door and knocks again. Would Nicholas be awake?
No.
I knew
Nicholas
it.
is like dead to the world.
Okay.
Called
Yeah,
it.
so Eleanor and Dove move off down the third floor living hall and head over to the mine office. Nicholas, Edwin lets himself in, and you hear, well, I don't know, would you have woken up or would you stay sleeping?
I think it's more of that like turn over and like I'll be up in 5 minutes and goes back to sleep
Okay.
sort of thing, like acknowledging he's there, but also not moving.
So you hear him setting the teacup and saucer down quietly on a side table. You hear him refolding the newspaper and setting it down as well. And then you hear him go over to your windows, your beautiful large windows, and he cracks them open, not so much to be like obnoxious about it, but enough to be like, I have to do my duty. It's time to wake up. Breakfast will be soon. And he starts opening your wardrobe and getting out the day's clothes.
I think Nicholas lays there kind of like, oh, delight. Okay, fine. We'll get up. And he begrudgingly like pulls himself out of bed.
Okay, what does Nicholas look like?
So Nicholas is a 6'2" sort of lean, not super muscular, but not too non-muscular. I wanted to say twinkish, but that's definitely not
Say
the word.
twinkish. Say twinkish.
He's a
Definitely
fit
not
young lad.
twinkish. Yes.
Lithe.
Yes, that's the best
Lithe.
word. Thank you.
Lithe.
Lithe.
Lie.
A Timothy
Okay.
Chalamet, maybe? Timothy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, very similar build to that. Dark brown hair, green eyes, and much like his uncle, not a single perfection or imperfection on his skin, except for 5 very calloused fingers that he continues to wear down every single night as he practices violin well into the midnight hours.
Awesome. There is a picture of Nicholas put onto the handout screen. And
Oh, handsome.
what kind of outfit does Nicholas wear to sleep?
Whatever mother told him is acceptable to sleep in for the most part.
Gown.
So I imagine that the style of the time, there you have a pinstriped nightshirt that goes just above your knees, and has a nice collar with some buttons that go all the way up. And Edwin is dutifully laying out your clothes. You've got some trousers, there's some suspenders, an overvest, jacket, all the things that you probably don't want to wear so early in the morning. But he says, would you like to take your tea first, sir, or would you like me to dress you?
I'd like to get dressed first, Edwin. But do you mind getting the blue vest? The one that looks like Davenor's, please.
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we only have the dark blue vest. The light one is being steamed currently and it had to be sent to the wash, but I hope the dark blue is acceptable.
I think Nicholas kind of like squeezes his hand a little bit. He's like, "Yes, that's perfectly acceptable."
And Edwin pulls out the blue vest and finds a nice ascot sash to wrap around your neck, and he helps you get dressed. And he makes a couple comments on how the weather has finally calmed down, and even though there's no sun out yet, there is no more rain.
Did we ever figure out what the Stormont family was doing with that hurricane? Seemed a little out of season.
Quite, sir. I'm not privy to such information, but perhaps the recent edition of the carousel will illuminate us all. It is there on your side table. It is the most current issue. It was supposed to be here on the 11th, but
Weather.
weather.
Understood.
Now, if that will be all, my lord, I have to go and get Lord Dominic up.
Thank you, Edwin. I will. That is all I need.
And your mail, he doesn't have any mail for you yet, Nicholas. So he leaves
Okay.
you to your room and heads out and down to the second floor and down the hall and over to the room right underneath Eleanor Sterling's room called the Pearl Room, where Dominic sleeps and resides. And on his way, he stops at one of the servant pantry closets and gets a new cup of tea, and or runs downstairs to the kitchen to get another cup of tea, gets another newspaper, comes back up, and gives your door, Dominic, a little tap tap.
Okay. Dominic is already awake in his robe, looking out the huge opening to the balcony, and just he kind of just positions his hands right behind him and says, "You may enter now."
Edwin comes in. He says, "Good morning, my lord."
Good morning, Edwin. Say, thank you for coming at such quick haste. It was quite sooner than last time. I see you're improving.
Yes, well, lady, the Countess Sterling wishes me to see to Nicholas first, as I've told you, but I am trying to get here as quickly as possible, my lord.
It is all right, Edwin. You can speak plainly with me. Now, I hope my younger brother did not give you any trouble.
No, Nicholas is never trouble, but he did choose a blue waistcoat today, and I do think that it would be prudent to also wear your blue waistcoat, as he was hoping to emulate your lordship.
Mm. The common folk like to call it, how can I put it? Twinning? um, why not? All right then. As you are, please go ahead and dress me.
He will take off your robe, and he'll set down your cup of tea with the newspaper, and he'll inform you that he finally has the current issue of the carousel for your pleasure. He'll take off your robe, help you pull your nightshirt over your head, and give you your house slippers, as it were, to keep your feet from being uncomfortable while he helps you dress. And he chooses out a matching waistcoat to match Nicholas, and lets you know that downstairs is quite a buzz, your lordship, as your uncle Oliver, Lord Oliver, is arrived at the estate early this morning.
Beg your pardon? Did you just say my uncle?
Yes, apparently he came upon the undercook, Betsy, who was caught out in the storm and arrived early this morning. He's getting cleaned up now, but he should be at breakfast.
Okay, I'm quite busy today, but my uncle is a very important figure in my life. I will see to it that I can schedule some time to meet him.
Do you plan on going to breakfast, my lord?
Probably not. But then again, the look my mother gave me last time I decided to not go. It wasn't the most pleasant, and I would like to see if I can fix that.
I'll
You know
make
what,
sure
Edwin?
you have a place at the table then, my lord.
Thank you, Edwin. What would I
And
do without you?
I'm sure you do just fine, my lord. I have left your business mail on your desk in the bank office.
Let's see. Okay. I think I will take a quick look at it before breakfast, and and see my uncle. Say, Edwin. Tell me. How do you find your job here? Be honest.
I am extremely grateful for my position, your lordship, and do not find the task of waiting upon you and Mr. Lord Nicholas Sterling too much. I am very capable and grateful for the opportunity. Is there something that displeases you?
No. I just wonder something. My family, through hard work and dedication, we've made a we made our name we made a name for ourselves in the gentry. Uh,
Yes, my
and
lord.
I see a lot of that in you. And I think if you continue to work here and continue to work hard as you are, I think you'll go to high esteemed places.
If it pleases your lordship, I am quite comfortable right here serving you for the time being.
Uh,
And I'm sure you will
well,
do great things with the power you have been given, my lord. And before I
yes,
forget, can you tell us what Dominic Sterling looks like? Can you give us a
yes.
descriptor?
He has yes. So he's 6'2". He has quite a bit of a long neck, and um, he has brown hair, green eyes. Um, he's kind of I would say more like he fits the slim fit stereotype, I guess someone would say.
Okay.
Built more like a rock climber than a bodybuilder, and maybe a track star, something like that. Um, and he Upon noticing like his hands, one hand is darker than the other, in as if it were like tanned, and with the blue coat and the outfit that he's presented, he has a blue ring that he has on his right arm right hand index finger, and then around his neck is a pinwheel, um, and so it's a pinwheel, and it's multicolored, and yeah, it's just very nice and pretty. So.
And he always wears these things, so people know that he always has
Mhm.
them on, right?
Yeah.
And there is a picture of Dominic on the handout screen. He's very dashing,
So handsome.
so handsome. It's like y'all all were trying to have a hotness competition with your character images.
Good looking family.
Oh yes. Speaking of power, Edwin. What's her name? Lumina Lacewing of the Carousel. Begs to kind of prefer my brother over me. What are your thoughts?
I have not had the pleasure of looking through the newspaper yet, my lord. We usually are allowed to read it once we have servants' breakfast. So I'm not sure what she has said.
Oh, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, he said that he's not had the pleasure of reading it yet. He doesn't usually get to until they have servants' breakfast, which is after the family's breakfast.
Oh yes.
But
Part of
I'm
my DM.
sure, my lord, that there are unfair perspectives in the gentry when it comes to titles, and
Mm.
I would not worry yourself over much. You are the CEO of the Sterling Bank, the most prestigious bank in the entire country, even having only been opened for 2 years. That's got to count for something.
Yes.
Sorry, not
What's
CEO, SVP, and he just gets really red with his correction, which it feels like it was not timed well.
um? Well, I do like the sound of it, CEO. But I hope to one day lead this family into even greater heights, and um, who knows? Perhaps there might be a role in the form of a promotion for you, Edwin.
I look forward to
Um,
seeing you fly, your lordship. If you'll excuse me, I need to uh, make sure there's a place set out for Lord Nicholas Sterling at the breakfast table as well.
Absolutely. I have to go open whatever mail awaits me.
I have left it on your desk, and I think there is still some mail being sorted, so you may get some more at breakfast.
Very well.
So he takes his leave with a bow to you, a very formal bow, and heads back down to the servants' quarters. Eleanor, you quickly look through the mail that Dove put on your desk, and it's just numbers, quotas, messages from the bristle
Bristle breakers?
bristle breakers.
I think.
Um,
I don't know.
But you do have an unfortunate letter from your secretary to the CEO, Owen Hillgrove. He lets you know that, as you're very well aware, there are only 3 boats that the Sterling family has that gets the miners back and forth from the mainland to the mining platforms and stuff on the island. And one of those boats in the storm was crashed and bashed against some rocks and is damaged beyond usability at the moment, which will unfortunately cut down production flow by at least a third, if not more, as everyone usually has those going back and forth in a nice routine. But one of your boats is down, and Owen Hillgrove's picture is on the handout screen if you guys would like to see him. And more so than the cost that it'll take to either repair or get a new boat, you are disappointed to hear about the production flow being cut. Especially since no production was able to be done over the last 3 days due to the hurricane.
Yeah. Am I able to start writing a letter back?
Sure. If you
First question. Sorry.
Great.
Okay, first question. Yeah. Okay. Does anyone owe me any favors that may have a boat?
Well, the main family that owns the Navy and has monopolized the power of the seas is the the Royal Shadow&B family. Okay. The noble houses and aristocratic families do sometimes employ their own ships and their own crews for their own purposes, such as the Sterling family having these 3 small ships for this mining operation because you have to get from the mainland over to the island. House Stormont has some ships, but the family that House Sterling is probably the most chummy with is the Bouldertons, as they are dwarves, and you have employed many of their people who are related or work for the Bouldertons. You've employed them in the mines, as well as just employing lots of dwarves anyways for the mining, to which they think is jolly good, and they love that. And so they love to help and have this new relationship with the Sterlings, but they are not the most boat-minded family. So as far as favors, probably not, unless you can do some kind of deal with some of the families who've been wanting some special gem cuts. Maybe you can cut some deals.
Yeah. I'm gonna write a letter back to Owen to start looking into families that maybe had special requests in, to see specifically ones that I know have boats. To in the meantime let us kind of rent those, and how much that would cost, or if they would be willing to kind of just take money in exchange for it, what that rate would be. Also, storm just came through. Woodworkers are going to be in high demand. Now is not the time to be getting the boat repaired. So I want to look how much it would be to repair the boat right now at the going rates, and what it was like previously. I'm sure we've had repairs done to the boats. So I'm going to use that as an estimate of the previous pricing, and I'm going to compare the cost of the favors that we would have to do in renting the boats, and what it would be compared to waiting to get it fixed, as well as repairing it right now. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eleanor Sterling.
Have fixed 4. I'm just
Yeah,
writing
this is what
down.
Ryan has to deal with all
Did
the
you get that,
time.
DM? Did you get all that? Did you get all that? You got
I
everything?
think so. Compared to I need to have it fixed.
So basically, I want to find out how much it would be to repair the boat right now.
Right.
How much it would be to repair the boats in not such a like valuable time where, you know, lots of people are going to be needing repairs done because, you know,
Right. There's
not
probably
inflation,
other
but
repairs needing to get done. And
exactly.
what it would require, the fact, you know, and this is not a response from him. I've got this as a letter that you're transcribing. What you do know is that to have the repairs done now would include sending out a letter, an order, having the crew that could fix the boats travel to the boats and fix them on location. If you were to order a new boat or rent a boat, they would have to be sailed around whichever side of the country they are coming from, which would take more time. So yes.
I'm gonna lay out all of those different things. I'm gonna look at every available option that there is.
Okay.
This is how this brain works, guys.
You will have that letter. You give it a nice mining seal that you use for business, and you can hand that off to Dove to make sure it gets to the right mail sender.
It got really involved really fast.
I think it's great. I think these are all valid questions.
Yeah.
So do you give that to Dove now, or?
Yeah, of course. This has to go out right now. Time is of the essence. We're losing production right now.
Right away. Yep.
Thank you, Dove.
With that news, and I guess you think as you walk down to breakfast, you're like, I guess I can't be surprised. I mean, it's a hurricane, but why does a hurricane have to get in the way of business?
Yeah, I also put in a note for more fortifications for storm preparations in the future, and how much that would cost.
Okay, I will add that to that note.
This is why Owen gets paid well.
He does get paid well.
He has to deal with this.
How much would
all of this
fortifications be for the boat route?
This is it. This is the rest of the session. Is just Chantry figuring.
I know. I'm sorry.
I've been bathing for 3 hours.
You're going to be so clean.
Okay, Eleanor, you make it down to the breakfast room on the main floor, which you would go down the staircase, the grand staircase, which is not the little spiral staircases that the servants use, but it would be... Can you guys all see where the staircase hall is?
Yeah.
There would be a grand staircase that comes down. You'd have to cross the main hall and either go... There's a nice inner courtyard with a glass ceiling way up high that's called the Winter Garden, because it survives through all the cold weather, this beautiful garden area. So you can either go across the Winter Garden or around the courtyards over to the breakfast room.
I will go around.
Okay. You get to the breakfast room and find... We'll say that Oliver, your Uncle Oliver, is already in there. And as well as your Aunt Alice.
Oh, I love her.
And you enjoy the pleasant group before any more stressful or high-strung individuals make it to breakfast. And I am going to put a picture of Aunt Alice, Lady Alice Sterling, the Viscountess Sterling in the handout screen. And her and
I need
Oliver are
this.
catching up and making some jokes. And as you come in, she's she goes, "Oh, Eleanor, good thing you are up. I hear you got a letter from the Blumet house. Of course you must go, though I know you'll hate it."
Blumet House.
You have ears everywhere, Aunt.
Of
Who is
course.
it?
Who is it?
Yes.
Oh,
I figured it was worth a try.
oh, I love you. That would be like asking dear Oliver here, my brother, to tell us who his last flame was.
Alice, that
last
would be
flame.
improper.
My goodness. I think the difference between me and you, Alice, is I have no issue with kissing and telling.
Yes, dear brother, but you must be careful on who hears.
Oh, yes, of course.
Unless you're looking for
Okay.
scandal. I did notice you didn't make it into the paper this time. Though
Oh,
our
I
dear
know.
Eleanor did.
Yes, I know, Eleanor. You're taking up my role in society. Soon they'll be calling you to court.
Alice, did you read it? The ripe old age.
Well, yes, dear. I mean, you are 27 now.
You are 27, after all. It's true.
Of course
Well,
you're
you're-
not old. It's just that in the aristocracy, most young ladies and
I
gentlemen
know.
come out at 17. And having not been presented last year, well, I would not force you to come out, but your mother has other plans. I'm not sure if she's told you about that yet, but she did send in to have you scheduled to be presented in front of the Queen.
As you should
What-
be, dear.
what-
As you should be.
I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
hope you brought the Blumet letter down so I could read it.
I pull it out of like a breast pocket and hand it over.
She flicks it open as she sips her tea and she scans it quickly and she says, "It seems I'm not the only one who is aware that you'll be presented this season. Your mother must have sent out the letter even sooner than I expected." And she hands the letter over to Oliver to just look through as your information is just shared with the table.
No privacy in this
Thank you,
household. Oh, I take a sip of my
Mm.
a grumpy sip of my tea.
It is at this time that Nicholas and Dominic enter the breakfast hall.
I will fold the letter and I will give it back to Alice. As you know, the three of us have shared that info, but I would like to meet my nephews. And I'll stand up. Dominic! Nicholas! It has been some time.
So, you are alive after all. Uncle,
Yes,
it's so
I
nice to
remain
see
alive.
you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, my lad. Nicholas, how are you
Yes,
doing?
Uncle. It is lovely to see you. I did enjoy your letters.
Good. The servants have to unpack my bags, but I do have gifts. So, be happy and look forward to things.
Mm.
Uncle, you know you don't have to buy our love. Maybe Dominic.
Well, maybe some
You know,
rivalry.
you look quite lovely today, Eleanor. Although I would have preferred you wear pink. I think it suits you a bit more.
Dominic, stop harassing Eleanor. Eleanor, you look dashing.
Alice says, "I know that Eleanor would drop dead before wearing pink, but really, dear, it would match your complexion lovely."
Now, pink is not the family color from what I understand from my letters.
It is not, but we enter a new season. High stakes. Perhaps there is a suitor that prefers Eleanor in pink.
I would be more interested to see a suitor that Eleanor might prefer.
Well,
Or
from
Eleanor might prefer her own company.
oh, Nicholas,
Imagine.
shush, Nicholas. Oh,
Nicholas, do I have plans for you, my boy?
Yes.
Eleanor has made it very clear that she neither tags nor puts attention of her mind towards suitors, and that simply is not going to fly. And though I want you to just live your life as a happy, rich old spinster like myself, your parents, your mother, has other plans.
Mothers.
Speaking of mothers, Lady... oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Lady Sterling, the Countess, and Eleanor's mother,
Oh.
Lady Maeve, Viscountess Sterling, would have their breakfast in bed, but the Earl Sterling, Lord Spudnik, would come down for breakfast and sit at the head of the table, and you guys did this to him.
You did this. His name was Perlman.
Yeah, you guys did this.
You did this.
Your grandfather's name is now Perlman.
Oh man.
But there is a picture of Lord Spudnik
Spudnik.
Sterling, head of the family and head of the Sterling house, on the handout
guy.
screen. And usually your grandfather, Lord Perlman, and your grandmother, Lady Isabel, take their breakfast in their chambers as well. Though poor Lady Isabel takes many of her meals in her chambers these days, as she suffers from what's it called? Your grandmother is losing her memory. What's it called?
Dementia.
Dementia. Poor Lady
Alzheimer's.
Isabel is
Sad.
riddled with dementia most days, and Lord Perlman is getting ever older, though he is of his sound mind. But Lord Spudnik comes down, sits at the head of the table, and immediately flicks open the newspaper and starts reading.
Hello, brother.
Morning, Uncle.
He does a Oliver, when did you get here?
Spudnik. Sometime in the night.
Are you accustomed to traveling in the middle of the night these days?
Only when young maids are in trouble and they've been locked outside the family home.
Young
You
maids?
should probably see to that, brother.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, you do not know. The hurricane?
Yes, I know about the hurricane. What kind of maid being caught out in the storm are you talking about?
Well, you see, I didn't gather her name. It wasn't more important at the time. More to her safety was I concerned.
Is she one of the ladies' maids?
I expect so, as she went tapping on the door thereafter.
At the moment, I cannot recall the ladies' maids' names, but I'm sure they're being
No, I don't
taken
expect
care of very well. So I'm sure everything is just fine.
Yep, I'm sure everything is just fine. Leave the running of things to us, brother.
To us, and he puts his paper down. While
Yo,
you
and I will
frolic
gesture
around
to
the countryside, I stay here and manage things,
Oh, yes?
as I always have had to do.
May I ask, Spudnik, what sort of damages were incurred by the storm to the mining corporation?
It is yet to be seen. I've not yet looked at my morning mail.
Eleanor?
I need a good hasher of bacon in me before I can focus on the running of the estate.
Oh, I have no doubt. Eleanor, do you know?
as you say this, breakfast is brought in, and usually breakfast for the morning is brought in and laid on a side vanity table so that the family can kind of get up and take what they would like. Breakfast is a little more casual as it's done with just the family. So they are brought in, and food is laid out on one of the side vanity tables in the breakfast room. And but Lord Spudnik does click his fingers, not in like a really awful lordly way, but just clicks his fingers, and one of the serving maids knows that he likes tea being brought to him, and he likes starting out with bacon.
I take the serving of breakfast as my escape. And don't answer. hoping that my uncle Spudnik kind of forgets about it.
And Dominic kind of just says, Eleanor, is everything all right?
We can talk business after breakfast.
Fair enough.
Dominic and Nicholas's father, Lord Spudnik, goes, "Oh, Sarah Lewis. She's in the obituary section. Wasn't she that lady that we used to dine with before our ascension? Wasn't Sarah Lewis the one that owned that we bought some sheep from? Her brother? I don't remember."
I was very into the household's finances and things like that. Would I have known whether or not we bought sheep from her family?
You did buy sheep from her family, but you do remember it was only once, and your uncle didn't really love the quality of the sheep that he had gotten in that purchase, and had quickly written the Lewises off as good business partners, but he doesn't seem to remember that part.
Okay. Yes, you're quite right, Uncle. We did purchase sheep from her family at one time.
I wonder
It's
why they
quite
never
sad her
put how
passing.
they died. You think they would put it in the paper? I mean, if there was some sort of plague going around, wouldn't we want to know about it?
Father,
Possibly
that
just-
would be morbid,
Indeed.
would it not?
Yes, I suppose it would be too morbid for the national paper, but... What? And he
Sure.
chokes on his tea. Why is it that my sons and niece are so heavily featured in the carousel this month? Eleanor, you are in the tea time section.
Yes, I am. Uncle?
Minor turned debutante. Do you not plan to work with the mines anymore?
Oh, Uncle, I still do intend to keep heading up operations at the mine.
Well, you let me know if becoming a debutante takes too much of your time, and we can separate some of your duties out.
I assure you, Uncle, that will not be a problem. My priority is the mine at this point.
Out of
Dominic?
curiosity, Eleanor, if you don't know mind my
Yes?
asking, do you intend to be
Yes, Father.
do you intend to be pursued or pursuer this season?
Kind of just like hesitates. I will have to speak with my mother. I'm not quite sure.
Fair enough.
Speaking of which, Dominic,
Yes, Father.
can you put a smile on your face? Apparently the paper thinks that you pout too much.
Well, whoever this Lumina Lacewing is, clearly has it out for me.
Oh, Dominic, don't be so sensitive. She called you handsome.
Yes,
That's
but
true.
Handsome. Oh. Well, I suppose that it works in your favor if your pout is handsome, whatever that means. Oh. And Nicholas, perhaps we should have you seen wandering around doing some bank business with your brother, as they don't seem to think that your intellectual skills are quite up to par.
Yes,
Uncle, Nicholas can
Father.
always come with me at the mines as well.
No one
Can
is watching the miners, and we don't want them all dirty right before the season starts.
yes, I can take good care of them. No one works harder than Nicholas than I, so I think he'll fit right in.
At this point, Nicholas kind of slunks back in his chair and pulls out a pocket watch and begins to pop the lid and just nervously starts fidgeting with it.
If I may interject on that point, Nicholas has skills worthy of many. He's an exceptional musician. Perhaps his position in intellectual pursuits should not be in faking things, but in utilizing his true potential. Perhaps he might spend more time in the public eye at, say, the opera house, where
Ooh.
music is afforded.
There is an opera coming up I would love to see.
I would as well. The Queen says
opera
it's a
house?
masterpiece, perhaps. Yes,
Yes,
the opera.
Father.
I do hope that your mother will want to go to the opera house with you, because I have little pleasure in operas.
I have no doubt, which is why I'll take you, Dominic. I'll take you.
Oh, good. Yes, your uncle can take you. And I will stay here in my library to manage the estate.
Sounds very recreational.
What?
Yes, I'm
What?
sure you, Eleanor, and Dominic will manage the estate just fine.
Yes, me and Dominic are, me and Nicholas are men of culture. We must feed that autistic side, should we not?
Your what side?
Cultured side, the autistic side. These things that Nicholas has always excelled at.
The backside, Father.
He's excelled, and as he's starting to delve into this conversation, there is a footman that comes in with letters on a silver tray, and he places a letter in front of Oliver, Nicholas, and Dominic, and some letters in front of Spudnik.
Good question.
Yes.
When are we gonna take a break?
Oh?
Because my dog really wants to go outside. And it's been whining.
Before you read these letters, well, I guess you can read them and then you'll just have to read them out loud again. But we will take how long a break would you guys like to take? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 5?
How about
5
8
is
minutes?
fine.
That puts us at quarter after.
8 minutes.
Okay,
dog-
quarter after.
My dog's,
I gotta get this off of me.
yeah, my dog's giving me the stare of death
Oh my
as
God.
well.
I'm
Like, I need to
dying.
go.
Come here. Oh. Let's go.
And
How to cheat at cards.
I don't cheat at cards. I can't help that you're just not good at cards.
Oh,
I feel like I'm gonna,
I will tell you
Eleanor, I feel like I'm
different.
gonna try and marry you off to what house was it? The dwarf family? What was that?
I cheat at cards.
Don't encourage them.
The Bouldertons. They've got
The
Bouldertons.
They got Callicite Boulderton 26 lady.
Yeah.
I know Eleanor likes ladies, surely.
Another spinster.
Ah!
Yeah, she's old too.
Yeah, so you can be
I guess
old
that's
together.
young for dwarves, though.
That's
That's
hella
true.
young for dwarves.
I don't know. Lady Blumette has offered you over to stay the night, and she's got a few daughters.
That would be
Ooh.
improper, sir.
Not if invited.
Improper.
I didn't suggest anything should
old-
happen, but you'd be meeting them.
Yeah, you just
How
Eleanor.
old is
You
too
sleep in
old?
the guest room, you minx. You
How old
silly
do
one.
we think is too old for Nicholas to date up to?
Oh, Nicholas, I have plans for you, my
Yeah,
boy.
I think you're good to like
I got plans for
20
you, my friend. You're
21.
the only one of normal dating age or courting age.
So
It's great.
it was not spelled out in the paper, but any of the names from the houses that have stars next to them, or an asterisk star, means that this is their first season out. Any of the other
I was
names
trying to figure that out.
are by people who are still in the courtship realm, but they have come out prior. So
Okay.
most of the people that have asterisks next to their names are younger, and this is their first season, and they will be presented in front of the queen and the king, along with supposedly the Sterling grandchildren.
I have this
Or-
burning question that I want to ask, and I'm gonna try and fit it in
Fit it into
character, but
RP.
I want to know.
Okay. Well, let's get back into it. Is everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
Ready.
Okay.
Ready.
Oliver was given his letter first, as he is the highest ranking at the table after Lord Spudnik. Well, highest ranking age and right? So, Oliver,
The
if,
second best.
so if you would like to read your letter for the group.
Would I? I don't want to break the wax seal. It's so beautiful.
I want to know if his is as long and the script is tiny.
I can tell you the script is tiny on mine.
Everyone's
see
are
it through the
different.
letter.
Different font, different paper, different wax.
Let me in.
In fact,
Okay,
if
there,
you
I got
guys
it.
want to describe what your letter looks like, that kind of makes a difference as well.
Is
Look
it
at this
different from the
shit.
way it's folded, or
They are folded differently as well. Some folds are better at hiding
Allow me
the
to
writing. Some
display.
folds are just more fun.
Oh yeah.
Oliver's
Oh, yeah.
is designed to be a bit more private, so people trying to see through the paper wouldn't be able to see the writing as well.
As you can see, not see through at all. Probably private. Should I read it out loud? If this is private?
Yes. This is for this.
Okay.
Obviously, the characters will not know what's in this letter unless you shared it with them, but the audience wants to hear.
All right. To the audience, not to the family. Lord Oliver, I do hope this letter does not have to wait upon you too long. I saw while in my meditation sleep that you would be journeying back home. You plan to stay a while in my projections into the void are not mistaken. Therefore, I deem it prudent to have this letter sent to the Sterling estate to sleep until you arrive was fulfilled. The stars tell me you yourself have not even fully made up your mind whether to re-enter the game yet or not. Though I'm sure you will have by the time you read this letter, and this missive will become its own small self-fulfilling prophecy. My purpose is not to tell you what you will already know by that date, but to invite you back for a visit to the Twinkling Corridor. It has been some years since I've had the pleasure of looking upon your home lines, and I perceive there is more to tell you should you accept my invitation. A single reading, you see, is not
Exhaustive.
exhaustive. Yes, exhaustive. Thanks. A strange yet powerful energy arcs across the sky and touches down, where you trod. Unlike a rainbow that is fooling the treasure seeker, I plan to avoid foolish guesses. Should you come to see me, I believe impactful revelations will be laid both before of us. Or, excuse me, lost on the end there. Be laid before both of us. Your humble servant, His Grace the Duke Elkazel Voltsky. Ooh.
The Duke
His name Elkazel?
Elkazel Voltsky of
Elkazel
House Voltsky. And they are the elven family of nobility that specialize in fate foreseeing, star reading, all these things. So this is an invitation to come back for another palm reading.
Oh. He's yeah. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Aunt Alice says, anything of interest, brother?
Is it private knowledge that I've been to House Voltsky for a palm reading before?
I don't think anyone here would know about that. You definitely would have gone, and there are many in the family that could have done a palm reading, but Elkazel is one of the 4 siblings that lead the family, and he is one of the dukes, right? So there's 2 brothers and 2 sisters that lead the family of Voltsky, and it probably would not be public knowledge that you went to get your fate looked at.
Cool. I'm trying to find a reason why I shouldn't tell anybody, but I can't find it. I know I might regret it later, but I will say, it seems the Duke Voltsky has invited me to see him.
Gosh.
Should be interesting.
What an invitation.
Indeed. Back in the capital, haven't been here an hour.
Any
They
reason
must have
in
foreseen
particular?
my coming.
Foreseen? Is he some sort of diviner?
Yes, the Voltskys, they are rather excellent at the craft, indeed.
Well, and he'll look at Spudnik. According to father, that's all hooey.
Your father is, shall we say, very good at running the family. Our family.
Yeah.
Whispers under his breath, I thought that was Eleanor. Okay.
Maybe there's a couple of winks thrown around from Oliver while Spudnik's not looking.
Yeah, Spudnik is
Good.
definitely still just reading the paper and eating his bacon.
So then if that's the case, then I'll be like, it's more like, your father is, well, he's very good at running the family. Very good at it. Excellent.
Huh?
There
What?
are none better.
Yes, well, I wouldn't go to the Voltsky Manor. Waste of time.
Hooey.
Ah, hooey.
I look at Alice with that look
Alter.
of like,
Go night night, go sleep,
this
go
man,
bed.
how did he get to be the old distiller?
Well, I will say for House Voltsky, their market forecasting has been quite invaluable to me in the past, recent, I would say, months. Especially preparing for such disaster. If it wasn't for them, I didn't think an insurance policy wouldn't have been as much effective when the storm came.
Yes, that's all very well, but that can be done through numbered projections and knowledge of the business. You don't need a third eye to be able to see that the market has ups and downs.
Very true.
So you foresaw the storm, Spudnik, with your numbers and projections.
What?
Yes, exactly.
Statistically
Dominic,
speaking, the odds of a storm happening are very likely.
well,
Yes,
typically
well,
there
we're
should be
entering the storm season. I mean, August is a bit early, but the autumn usually produces more storms upon the sea. Not sure what House Stormont was thinking. If they had any hand to play in this, it'll be hell to pay. And if they didn't have any hand in this, everyone will want to know why.
Father,
Well
when
done,
you
brother,
say
well
that, I do raise a question. I've been hearing rumors that one of the noble families has been coming to some hard times.
What?
Um,
Who?
I can't say for sure, but the coincidence with with the hurricane and all, and
That'll be the Vein Forgers, I'm sure.
yes,
They're the ones down there on the southwesterly peninsula, right in the eye of the storm where it would hit. They're very much fortified for such things. I'm sure they're fine.
But you don't think it was due to possible lack of manpower to control the hurricane?
Lack of
On
manpower.
Stormont's part?
Ugh.
Yes.
Well, how should I know? Anyways,
Well,
what does it matter to us? I mean, we have quite enough business to be getting on with and worrying about ourselves, without worrying if the wealthiest family in the whole realm is having some tiffs and can't handle the weather themselves.
information is power, brother. You say,
Yeah.
Dominic, that House Voltsky foretold of this storm.
Yes. Well, not exactly. They gave a few words that uh, of a slight disaster, and I guess they were just putting it mildly.
And where did you
Well.
get this information, cousin?
From one of the diviners at
You mean you
Are
go
you
to get projections?
projections
Father.
for what exactly?
Quite a few things. Actually.
Such as?
How I want to take my life in certain directions. You know, that
Take
sort
your
of
life?
thing.
And directions? Your direction is the bank, I thought. Or do you
Yes.
not want to be
I would certainly hope
SVP
so.
anymore?
Oh no, I definitely do, Father.
What is this? We have the new season paper, and suddenly Eleanor wants to be a bimbo, and you want to not be in the bank anymore. I don't think
Father.
Nicholas is up to the task to take everything over himself. At least not yet.
Thanks, Father. Appreciate
There's
you.
no need for that, Father.
Thanks, Dominic. Appreciate that too.
Bodnik,
Only-
always a man
only looking
of
out for you.
praise words. I think what good Spudnik means to say is that, Dominic, you are doing excellent in the bank, and we would be remiss to see you lost there. Eleanor, you, of course, are the backbone of this entire family, and, well, Nicholas, we need to get you out of the house.
Yes, I need to breathe the what was the word you used, Dominic? The breeding stud?
I beg your
Yes.
pardon?
Oh, yes, you think Edwin and you talk so quietly. But I think I shall get out of this house.
Well, I know your mother
Excuse me.
sometimes goes to the vault skies. though I do not encourage it. Bunch of pooey. Spooey.
Hooey.
Apparently, I'm the only one not going to the vault, guys. So
I don't think I've ever been to the Vault Skies, so
I
you
would
and I,
say
Nicholas.
everyone needs an external source of guidance at times. It's always great to get a different perspective.
As
Try it at
long as
least
they're
once, I say.
calling upon the goddesses, then that's all I care about.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Father.
Spudnik gets absorbed again. You see that he takes the gossip column, which is always separate from the main paper, as a separate leaflet, because the ladies usually like to have less paper to carry around as they fold it up and they keep it on their person at all times so that they can pull it out and talk about it whenever. But he
I
always
love it.
tosses that away because who cares about the gossip? And he is looking at the business ads and things on the back, as he still very much has his middle class workers mindset. And this gives Dominic the opportunity to open his letter. If you would like to read that for everyone.
Okay. All right. With honor to the new head of coin. It is with openness and professionality that I, steward of the noble house Bruwick, send word of the family's interest in establishing a financial meeting between themselves and Sterling Bank. The goal of said meeting would be to collect information on the logistics of Sterling Bank's assets, holdings, security measures of patron clients' deposits, and give ear to thy most convincing persuasions on why Noble House Bruwick should transition their personal security holdings over to the care of Regencia's First National Bank. To honor professional candor, there is a particular item of significant value and impact that inspires this letter. Response of thy availability and eagerness at such an esteemed offer in expedient fashion need hardly be stated. All right. Your humble servant, Mr. Brian Q. Lockton, steward and man of business under the patronage of Noble House Bruwick and the Bruwick dynasty. Yep.
So it seems odd that this did not get brought to your office, as it's a business letter, but it must have arrived just past the mail that had come earliest in the morning.
And who brought it to me again?
Just one of the footmen came in with a silver tray and had dropped everyone's letters down.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Dominic's going to motion his hand and to the footman if he's still there.
Yeah, there's a footman in the room.
Yeah, he'll just say, what is your name?
Oh. His name is do you reference the shorter or the taller one?
Whomever brought me, whoever laid down the tray.
Okay, that was Tanner.
Tanner.
Your two footmen are brothers. There is Kyle and Tanner, and I'm about to put a picture of them on the handout screen. The taller of the two is Tanner, the shorter is Kyle.
Yo, Kyle, what's up, dude?
Saw, dude.
Saw, Kyle.
It sounds like they're about to rush Alpha Beta Psi or something.
Alphabeta sigh.
Oh, oh, oh.
Shaka bra.
The antithesis of everything this campaign represents.
Surfs in his spare time.
Tanner, was it?
Yes, sir.
How did this get mixed up in the tray? If you don't mind me asking.
Sir?
It is a business ladder.
It must have just arrived with the mid-morning mail, sir.
And did we not have time to sort it?
We did. The butler gave it. Well, he wouldn't call him the butler. What's his name? He would be more respectful than that. The Mr. Wallace gave it to me, sir, to bring it into you here. I can bring it up to your office, sir, if you would like.
Please do. And you'll hand him the letter and say, and one more thing, Tanner. Things like this shouldn't happen. It kind of ruined my mood at dinner. But as long as you continue to try to do your best and do better, I'll overlook this.
Of course, sir. Yes. I will make sure the mail is sorted properly from now on.
Good. I like that attitude. All right. Carry on.
Now, there has been problems before with Tanner and Kyle's sorting skills, so this isn't the most out of the ballpark thing, but he's not always the one that sorts it, so it's kind of hard to tell if he sorted it today or not. But Kyle, his brother, is not saying nothing because he doesn't want to get in the line of fire. So he just Tanner kind of takes the letter and walks out of the room to bring it up to your office. And Kyle's kind of like, dodged a bullet here. While you are doing this, Nicholas, you can have opened your letter.
Do I recognize the seal on the letter?
So your letter is unique in the fact that the seal is typical of an anonymous seal. As in, it's a very standard basic seal that is used when people don't necessarily want people to know what the seal is from. It's a respectable business seal, but it's nondescript. But okay. You would know, you think, who this is from.
So as Dominic is chastising Tanner, Nicholas will lean over to Eleanor and say, I'm going to step away.
Ooh, so mysterious, Nicholas.
No, it's just the family's giving me a migraine today.
Oh, I thought it had something to do with that letter.
I heard you got one as well. Care to share?
I hand it over. It's not nearly as fun as you would imagine.
They never are. I'm going to pocket Eleanor's letter and walk away.
I need it back eventually. Okay.
Okay.
Alder,
he's
going
to step outside, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Outside the room into the winter garden, where there is a balcony terrace area right off of the salon, which is adjacent to the breakfast room.
Balcony terrace area.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Smith, we have taken the samples of blood you offered, and post haste sent them to our laboratories for testing of its humors and genealogy. What we have been able to tell or being able to identify within the liquid prompts me to request from you a return appointment with the intention of further tests that would aid in identifying our findings. Of course, these in-person tests are more advanced, and I think will yield supplementary information as we will have the specimen, you, to examine. Although your initial letter was mysterious in its anonymity, and the concerns listed upon it altogether lacking directness, I can, to the best of my ability, inform you that your concerns are confirmed. Divergence in the line was found. I hope that you will consider my request to come to the office personally. Based on the money you sent with your first letter and sample, I can only assume you have significant wealth to demand confidentiality. Even so, my own honor demands my adherence to patient confidentiality. I hope this relays any fear keeping you in the shadows. With piqued interest, cordially yours.
And what's the doctor's name?
Dr. Valcent? Vallecent.
Valescent.
Valescent and Brine physicians.
Okay, what does the camera see as Nicholas reads his letter on this balcony overlooking the morning sun starting to break through the gray clouds of the back of the Sterling estate?
What the camera sees is Nicholas reading through it, his eyes sort of scanning the paper. And when he reads the line "divergence" in the line was found, his green eyes go blue, and ice starts to spread from his hands across the railing, and the temperature on the balcony drops at least 15 degrees. He'll notice and kind of like, and he'll pull out the pocket watch and he'll be like, deep breaths. Deep breaths. Don't let it run wild. And eventually the ice will fade away, his blue eyes will go green, and he will cast Firebolt and burn the letter.
Conceal, don't feel.
Right? I'm getting big Elsa vibes. I love it. I'm here for it. I stan it. Nicholas is my little buddy.
You say that. Wait till it comes out.
I'm gonna be all Anna up in this bitch.
Okay, so Nicholas, do you go back inside, or do you stay out on the balcony, or where do you go?
I think he's had enough family time for the day.
Fair.
He's going to probably walk the gardens, try and get away, try and clear his head. Just honestly, the pressure from his dad, the looks from Dominic, it's all just too much right now for him. He needs some alone time.
Okay, so you take off walking on the land. As the family is nearing the end of breakfast, thankfully there's not too much to do for breakfast, so the single footman Kyle that's left in the room has things handled. And down in the basement, the servants get to sit down for their breakfast finally. And there is a servant's dining room on the northeastern corner of the map on the basement estate plans. And Dove, it kind of is sat where Mr. Wallace the butler gets the head of the table. Mrs. Whitaker the housekeeper gets to be on his right side. Mrs. Todd the cook is not sitting because the cooks and the kitchen staff are up earliest and they eat last and they work so hard. And she doesn't sit with everyone because she has to, after making the family's breakfast, she makes the servant's breakfast, which is not as posh and not as varied, but still pretty good. And then it kind of moves down the table in rank. And so across from Mrs. Whitaker would sit Bo Jenkins, who is valet to Earl Spudnick Sterling. And then next to him would be Emma Parsons, who is lady's maid to the Countess Sterling. And then you would probably sit next to Mrs. Whitaker, the housekeeper, as you are lady's maid to Eleanor. And then next to you would be Glenn Bottom, lady's maid to the widow, Viscountess Sterling. And then from there, it would move down with the footmen being able to eat if they're there, and the housemaids, Margaret and Olive, and different people. So as soon as Mr. Wallace sits, the butler sits, everyone else can sit, and you all dig in. And it's much more casual, even though there's still formalities and etiquette adhered to. And you also get your mail brought in to the servants' dining room for anyone that has mail, which doesn't happen as often. Maybe people get a letter from their family out in the village, or Mr. Wallace always gets some letters, and Mrs. Whitaker has letters, business letters about estate runnings or whatever. And you never get letters. Ever.
Yeah. From who would I get it?
Who would you get it from? Right. So a letter is dropped in front of you right before you can put some food on your plate, and it's unsigned, and it's this tiny little scroll. And so you think maybe even at first that it's a mistake. It looks like it's a kind of scroll or something that's sent by pigeon rather than by like mail carrier.
I pocketed immediately, hoping nobody saw.
Okay, let's see if anyone saw.
Do I do a sleight of hand?
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand.
Okay, what's the lighting in here like?
There's a couple. Why do you ask? There are
no reason.
There are 3 windows actually, as you can see on the map. And so it's not super bright because the morning is still dark, but there is a fire going in the fireplace right behind Mr. Wallace. And you are sitting with your back to the double windows. So it all depends if being backlit helps you or not.
Let me see exactly what this says real quick. Yeah, dim light or darker? Is it dim light?
I'll give it to you.
Really?
It's still pretty
sure?
early. Yeah.
All right.
There was just a hurricane, so.
Good, because I got a 3 on the first one. 20. Oh, math hard. 23.
Well, Emma, lady's maid to her ladyship, likes to be snoopy, and she's buttering or putting jam on a piece of toast and looks up right as you manage to pull your hand back out of your pocket and put some food on your plate. And she kind of just like squints her eyes.
I squint back. Start buttering my toast.
I'm surprised that you were able to make it to breakfast this morning.
What for?
Well, we all know how hard you work for Lady Eleanor. Often you have to stay up there with her while she does things in her office. I have to say I was starting to get used to my leg room at the table.
Oh, my apologies. I can't be taking up too much room for you, though, can I? And I kick my little feet out.
No,
My
I
little half
dare say
feet.
you can't.
Yep. I'm just gonna eat.
And next to you, Glenn, who is the Viscountess Sterling's, Eleanor's mother's lady's maid, which I'm going to put pictures of both of these ladies on here. Oh dear. You're okay. My dog is crying at me for some reason.
Wilder.
Bother, I demand attention.
He's like, why is this not about me?
I want
Okay,
the
I've just put a
Rockies.
picture of Emma, and I'm just adding the picture of Glenn to the handout screen. And next to you, Brooklyn, or Dove, is Glenn, who always
Glenn.
looks sort of glossy and shiny faced as she works herself into a sweat, a nervous sweat at all times, and just always seems to be like too busy to take a break. And she's just like taking a couple bites of porridge, and she's like, her ladyship is very stressed this morning. She
Remind
wouldn't
me,
even
who is
drink
she?
her tea.
So I couldn't hear that. What did you say? Can you say
She
that again?
says she wouldn't even drink her tea.
And remind me who she's ladies maid to.
Maeve Sterling, Eleanor's mother.
Okay. What
Do you
was
think that
something wrong
maybe
with?
after breakfast you could make her one of your cups? She does think your tea is better.
Certainly, of course.
I told her that I asked you to teach me how you do it, and she still thinks it's not as good. I just don't know what to do at this point. And she starts shoveling more porridge into her mouth.
It's an art more than a science. It's all right. It'll come to you one day.
Will it? I do think
Well,
the
of
storm just
course.
rattled her up. And you know how she gets when it's too dark outside and the sun's staying behind the clouds. She started talking about the late Lord Jareth and how she was, what was she going to do now? And I told her maybe she should get out to go shopping, and she said, well, Eleanor doesn't want to go with me, and I just told her, like, I'm sure she would. Do you think you could get Eleanor to go shopping with her?
Oh, I'll work on her.
I really think her getting out and getting some fresh air would be the best thing for her. She hasn't really left her room during the hurricane.
Is she all? Is there something about hurricanes? Specifically, is she all right in stormy weather?
Well, I don't blame her ladyship. I mean, I was quite terrified myself. I barely wanted to walk past any of the windows.
I mean, it's wind and rain, but I suppose I can understand. Yes. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I'll send up. I'll go ahead and go. Would you like the rest of my breakfast? I think I'm done.
Oh, I better not. I better go too. And she's wiping her mouth, and she's getting up, and she's fixing her apron. And she's like, I really must see to her ladyship. I've been gone already 10 minutes.
Yeah, I just like let her go. I want to
And
get up from the table
as
as
Glenn
soon as I can.
rushes out, Emma says she kind of takes a bite of her toast, which is like the only thing she's eating right now. And she watches Glenn rush out and she says, maybe if her ladyship had a different lady's maid, she wouldn't be so stressed and sickly all the time.
Well, maybe if your feet weren't so large, you wouldn't need so much room. And I get up and leave.
There's just chatter as all the servants are talking and, being nosy and
The house is on fire. There's a little fire down there.
Okay, Dove, where do you go?
Just a quiet place where, let's see, what's near me. Somewhere that I don't think I'll be interrupted. I want to read my letter.
There's the servants' pantry, which is still kitchen area stuff. There is some closets. There's the ladies' dressing rooms area. Wait, I'm sorry. Before you go, my dog will not stop crying. I just have to see if he's about to lose his mind really quick. So sorry.
Do your thing.
Hey, do you guys want to see my cat?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, look at that little vampire with his little gloves on, his big long thigh-high socks.
Who gloves and a mustache?
I saw a mustache.
Have a beard. I'm trying to drink my milk.
Don't be a stereotype.
My dog's in the living room. Yeah, just because it's for some reason it's really hot in my room.
It's 1,000 degrees. My dog's in here with me, even though it's really hot. Little baby.
My dog likes to sleep or lay out right on the vent.
Yep.
Just to keep cool.
We don't have the air conditioning on yet, so been toasty.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I forgot to give my dog her nightly bone. Hang on. Come on.
Give me bone.
I have so much I've got to do. My to-do list has grown so very long. And it's only breakfast.
I only have one thing that's really important.
Sorry.
Honestly, I'm considering
money, get bitches.
I'm considering whether or not to go back to the doctor at this point.
Fuck bitches, get money. Those are my 2 things.
Wow.
Nah, get money. It's not make money, it's get money. It's fuck bitches, get money.
Sorry, my dog had to go to the bathroom again, even though we went during break.
Selfish.
Okay, Happy started whining at me too. Gotta.
Mother, I demand my bone.
Yeah.
It's bone time. It's bone o'clock, Mom. That's what she says.
Yeah, it is.
So anyway,
let's go.
She got vicious. Want to swap classes? You got Bard energy.
You do have Bard energy.
You've got Bard energy.
Who do?
I don't know if Eleanor has Bard energy, but M has Bard energy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dove, where do you go?
I want to pick a closet. Or let me go to the laundry room. I don't think anybody
just live your truth, Dove. Just live your truth. Okay, you don't need closets.
Come out of the closet.
You're already out.
No, I just want to go into it.
Okay, so the laundry.
Yeah, is anybody doing laundry right now?
No, not right now. Everyone wanted breakfast.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And I want to read my letter.
Yay!
It's got tape on it. I got a seal and tape. So hang on.
They have a little bit of tape so that it didn't have the potential of damaging the letter contents too much.
Well, The tape is smarter than me, so hang on.
We have a pool? That's awesome.
You do have a pool. You have a
We're-
gymnasium lounging room. You have a sparring hall.
We rich.
You guys
Rich,
have
rich.
a dungeon and guard room in the sub-basement.
Oh, we have a
Is there a
dungeon.
dragon in that dungeon,
Are we
perhaps?
gonna dragon?
Dungeon as in, like, dungeon cells.
Oh,
Wouldn't be
I thought
Dungeons
that
and
in
Dragons.
Why are
Okay,
we
Dove.
dungeoning
Dungeon.
people?
Okay, so there's a little scroll. To she who would be called Miss Broadhall. Many years are between the girl who was dismissed from my service and the woman who now thinks herself satisfactorily safe enough to wander unadulterated upon mainland soil once again. I had hoped you had wisdom enough to content thyself to the island states, but it seems you like playing with fire. This is your first and only courtesy warning, Miss Broadhall. I know with whom you are now employed.
And it is unsigned.
Am I in danger?
I'm in danger.
It is not signed. There's nothing. Yep.
Who is my lady's maid, guys?
You'll never find out who I am. Signed.
Signed. Love, Mom.
Love, Mom. That's good.
What does the camera see Dove doing, or what does the camera see right now with Dove?
I think as she's reading it, you see her face kind of go into like a little bit of a panic before she's able to like stone face again. I think she takes a minute in the laundry to just think about what to do.
Now, in case there was any doubts, you are pretty sure you know who this is from.
Oh,
Dove
no.
does. That's
Oh,
not
no.
something that has to be shared, but in case Brooklyn was wondering, Dove does know
Oh,
who
yeah.
this is from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Asmodeus.
I'm freaking out, man. Freaking out. Freaking out, man.
The let's see. Beatrice, the 15-year-old scullery maid, who I am putting on the handout screen right now, who is a typical 15-year-old that has never seen much of the world outside of her serving life, and she does the laundry. And she walks in, kind of like walks in with an armful of stuff, and she goes, "Oh, hello, Dove."
I am startled that I didn't hear her walk in, and I jumped.
My stomach's been giving me something of a problem.
What? What's going on with your stomach?
I'm not sure. And she holds up a shift, and there's blood all over it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, 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 no.
She goes,
might be
"Do you think
dying."
I'm gonna die?"
I think you might, and I run off.
Dumb, funny.
Dove's great. I love Dove. My favorite
I'm
character.
gonna
Easily
push
my
past
favorite
her.
character.
Dub's fantastic.
Find.
I never
I wanna go to-
expected that to be your answer.
She's busy, man. She got shit to do. She's paid to like Eleanor.
I'm not equipped to handle that. I don't want to.
Do you guys see her
The
picture?
older
This
ladies.
like 15-year-old. She's like,
She's just a baby. She's a little baby.
Yeah, I want to go back to the
Baby.
kitchen to find a fire to put this into.
Into
Eat
the
it.
kitchen?
Yeah,
Okay.
eat it.
Yeah, eat it.
Or that would probably be the nearest place, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna go back into the kitchen and put it in the
Okay.
fire.
Mrs. Todd, the cook, who
I'm gonna do it.
who I'm putting a picture of on the handout screen.
I just want to like walk by the fire and like just sleight of hand, like. Just
Please give me a stealth or a sleight of hand check. She rolled in
What's the lighting like in here?
much brighter.
Right next to the fire.
Much because fire.
There are 3 windows, and it's a little bit raised up, and there's more open for like any kind of smoke or steam or anything from the cooking to be let out. So it's brighter in here.
17.
Okay. Mrs. Todd, the cook, who there you can see a picture of. She's in a black dress with a white apron. She just kind of glances over, and she's never super nosy. She's like, I'm too busy to be nosy. And she says, you finished with breakfast already?
Yeah. It was delicious as always. Thank you very much.
You're always sweet. And she doesn't really pay you any more mind as you throw your little note into the fire. And I'm sure you watch it to make sure that it burns all the way.
Yep. I put it in there pretty deep.
You are uncertain whether Lady Eleanor will be wanting to work in her office again, or if she has any plans to visit the capital and go to the Sterling mining business center that you guys have there, or if she plans to go talk to her mother about the letter she got. But you're thinking it's probably time to check back in with Eleanor.
Okay. On my way, I just want to like walk by the dining hall again and just, I don't know if I should do an insight check or like perception or what. I just want to see if anybody's shady because I thought I had things pretty tight. I don't know how this information got out that the letter knows about.
Okay, so you just want to do a kind of
Let's see if
sweep.
anybody's shady. Yeah.
Okay, give me an insight check.
I got a natural 1.
Oh wait, you can re-roll it.
You're a halfling.
I have inspiration. Oh, wait.
You have
Halfling
halfling luck.
Halflings get to re-roll ones. Well, one time.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
It's your racial
Thank
trait.
you.
Halflings are lucky.
I got a natural 1 again.
No fucking way. Throw that dice away.
You have inspiration.
Dice jail.
You do have an inspiration if you'd like to use
I want to
it.
leave it. This is great. I love it. It's
Okay.
fine.
God damn.
You
That
shaken
happens
up.
so often.
You sweep your eyes quickly as you're in the doorway real quick, and everyone could look suspicious at this moment. I mean, Mr. Wallace would definitely he has the family's best interests at heart, and he's not like loyal to any one person. He's loyal to the house. But he's Mr. Wallace. He's very respectable. Mrs. Todd, you're like, not Mrs. Todd, props. Emma, she's always sus, and she's looking around trying to get in everyone's business. But then but then Betsy's there, and Betsy's a blabbermouth, and she's now all cleaned up and
Sucks.
telling everyone again about the story of how Lord Oliver Sterling saved her and how he's a knight in shining armor. And then Tanner's there, and Tanner's complaining about not being appreciated, and you have no idea. You're like, I've not told anything about my past to anyone.
I'm gonna, as I go by Emma, I'm gonna say, I think Beatrice needs you in the laundry. And I'm gonna keep going.
The laundry?
That's what she said.
She stands
Yep.
up and throws her napkin down and walks towards the laundry.
Make it someone
Yeah.
else's.
Now I'm gonna go to my my lady.
Okay,
And I'm gonna
back
get
to the
ready to move back.
family. What would you guys have done? Nicholas did not come back. Eleanor, he has your letter, but you're not sure where he went.
Yes, my letter.
Not my letter.
Spudnik, the Earl Spudnik, finished his bacon, took his newspaper, and retired to most likely the den.
I have a number of things I need to do.
Yeah.
I only have one thing.
You good? You
Yeah,
kind of
my computer.
You fast forwarded for me.
Yeah, my computer just like took a shit.
Oh my god.
That's
You had
not normal.
You had a glitch.
Oh no, it's happening.
Am I better?
It looks better,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh no.
For the moment.
That was so weird.
For a second, you went like, "My name is Barry Allen."
Yeah.
I
on
don't
the
know what
flash.
happened. Two of my computer screens went blank, and then
Oh wow.
it went blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
well.
Yeah. I only have one thing that has to happen. ASAPadilio.
So Oliver, you say something like, I have so many appointments or things I want to get done. And your sister, Lady Alice, says, oh, brother, please retire to the music room with me for just a little while. Your letters are far too short, and I greatly desire to hear about your latest. If you do not, I shall follow you wherever you go in the estate and have it out with you there.
Well, I certainly do not have an issue with the multitasking, but the music room does sound nice. So I will abate until later with my chores. And I'll go to the music room with Alice, and I will happily sit with my sister after having not seen her for some time. And I'll begin to regale her of some of my adventures, and maybe let her in on some gifts I have planned for the young ones. And I don't know. I'll just kind of shoot the shit with her and tell her about my adventures.
She like casually plays a little ditty on the piano while you guys talk. She's very accomplished and just kind of plays and talks, and just to give some ambiance and maybe a little bit of cover to your voices as she tells you the lowdown in more direct terms about what's been happening at the house and how people are doing. And she tells you that Eleanor has been doubly throwing herself into her work, and she greatly fears that finding a suitor for Eleanor will be harder than Eleanor or the family thinks. But of course, she is a doll, and the right person will sweep her off her feet. And then she tells you that Nicholas has been more and more distant and has been taking lots of walks in the garden and sticking to his room, and doesn't ever seem to answer important questions very directly. And Dominic is getting broodier and getting a little bit more touchy, but he is doing very well at the bank, and the bank has been keeping him busy. But she worries that Spudnik is not giving him the recognition that will keep this kind of going, as Spudnik, still has the title of CEO, but he doesn't do as much work at the bank. It's mostly Dominic, and then Spudnik just runs the estate. So she's telling you all of this while you guys talk.
Yeah. I would tell her that as she goes through all of that, I'm very happy to get the information. I say, and I think this is where I mean to start, is that I think the family is lacking in I would say unity. Everyone's off about their own thing, and certain family members are struggling more than others. And Spudnik is not quite the leader I think we need at this time, and not at all implying I'm here to lead anything. But
Brother, you
I have
shocked
every intention
me.
of speaking with each of them. I shock you.
I say with the greatest eye roll I can muster.
Certainly. Well, I have every intention of meeting with the three of them and hopefully, I don't know, just trying to get everyone on track.
Well, the season officially starts in 2 weeks. The beginning of September is right around the corner, and Eleanor's wardrobe is severely lacking in what she'll need. I would not say
Well,
Dominic's wardrobe is lacking, but he doesn't really what's it called? Give some of his duties to anyone else at the bank. And if he doesn't try to relinquish some of his workload, he won't have any time to court anyone.
I'll have to find someone who can be trusted to take up some responsibilities from Dominic. I imagine the same is true of Eleanor.
Yes, well, that will happen when the goddesses give over their rule to the foreign Easterling savages.
Well, yes, she will be a challenge, but one I'm up to the task of. I had actually I had a mind. Thank you for showing me the letter, or at least getting Eleanor to show me the letter. I was thinking of writing to, what was it, the Blummett family, and seeing if they would prefer to do the sleepover over here instead. It'll be hard to get Eleanor out of her office for that long.
You want them to come here for the tea appointment?
Perhaps make the offers, if that's in kinder terms, to see if I could probably try and persuade them. It would just simply be easier to get Eleanor to be exposed to them. She would have time to be at her desk. She wouldn't have to worry about travel. I think it would be a better way to get her exposed to some other potential prospects.
You have high ambitions, brother. I will say that I would be slightly concerned that Eleanor would make excuses to retreat to her office due to business duty.
Yes, that is a fair point. That's a fair point indeed. Maybe it is better that we find a way to get her there so she cannot retreat.
I'll speak to her lady's maid. See if she intends to go to the Blumet estate as of now, or if she has other sneaky plans to get out of the appointment. Of course, we cannot let that happen.
Of course. I've already touched on it briefly, and she understands it's her duty to the family, so we will... if you're having any trouble, let me know. Me and Eleanor have a good connection.
Well, unlike Nicholas, if you try to approach Eleanor or Dominic with any sort of push or force, they dig their heels in and want to do the opposite just to spite you. So make it sound like it's her in her best interest, or else she will not do it.
Of course. It must be her idea.
Precisely.
Indeed. I had a mind, Alice. It might be good to. It might be good for morale to get everyone working together. Maybe we should throw a ball for the from the season coming up. Maybe we should have something here at the Sterling House.
A ball here.
I had a mind to invite Dominic to do the tasting at the White Whistle Brewery and see about getting some tasting done. I could write some letters to the Shadow Court and perhaps the Queen herself, and maybe we might have quite an attendance.
This would be quite the project to get together so close to season. But if anyone can do it, you can.
We also have some of the most ambitious young individuals in our house. I'm sure I can enlist a little aid. Maybe keep myself busy somehow.
Well, as long as it does not conflict with House Ashton's masquerade ball. They were going to be the first event of the season. So perhaps either we create a bowl, but call it something else, just to make sure we're not
Very
stepping
good.
on their toes.
I see. I don't have any answer for this DM, but I'm pretty well traveled and considered to know many exotic individuals and cultures and such. Would there be like something tasteful I could bring from another culture into this? Like is there a culture across the sea and be and sort of like a themed party, like an exotic ball that is like sort of not a masquerade or a ball, but we call it something else. Maybe give it a slight tone that is slightly not ball like to give it that edge.
Totally.
Yard barbecue from the city.
Yeah.
From
There was this
I
one
Mississippi.
man called the Americas, and they had these barbecues, they called them.
Oh man. Yeah, so everyone would be aware that to the south there is currently an empire
Yes.
ruled by an empress that is currently expanding the empire, and there are fragile but pleasant terms between Regencia and this other country, an empire, and they are known as being kind of just. Whereas Regencia has fancy schmancy stuff, this empire essentially is like King Louis XIV in the Palace of Versailles vibe, okay?
Yeah.
They're just
All right,
so
gotcha.
much. And so it could be something taken from a different European or South European country. It could be more of like
Ooh, I got a good one. Do we have any does Regencia have any allies on the southern border or nations that have been conquered by the Southern Empire? We could throw a sort of like a philanthropic banquet of support in honor of the less fortunate people in the South.
would there be any worry about sending the wrong message to the Empress?
Well, it's true. It's true.
I mean, you can.
I know.
Also, it would
I
be
know.
showing support for a conquered people.
I think I'm okay with that. I'll look at Alice and say, well, what do you think? I think conquest is a rather dirty game, if you ask me. Not that I think we make this about slighting the Empress, but it would be good to show our support to those nations that were trampled underfoot.
So, sort of like an underdog ball. Maybe we invite all of the people who are right on the cusp of being in society and are right on the cusp of making a name for themselves in very sterling fashion. And we have all the things from these other countries kind of flavoring. We have food, we have animals, we have activities.
I rather thought that we invite as many of the upper echelon rather than the lower. We're trying to enter into the gentry. We're trying to enter into the upper class. I don't think it would make sense for us to invite people of the lower station. I think we need to find our way to get in with the upper class. Give me some time to think about it. I think a banquet could be a good idea, but I want to...
Oh, yes, a banquet.
Yeah,
that would be a good way to get in some cultural food and tidbits of information without having some of these lesser ranking folk around.
A banquet of benefits for the upper echelon. But yes, I'll get to work on that. I'll put some work into that, and I'll definitely spend some time on Nicholas Dominic and whatever her name is. I've already forgotten.
Eleanor?
No, I'm kidding. That was not my Eleanor. That was me forgetting. Not her. Eleanor, that's right.
Whatever.
May I ask, what's going on with Pearl? I haven't seen Pearl anywhere or heard anything about her. Did she
She's a
die?
baby. She's a baby.
Oh, she's a literal baby.
I literally forgot about Pearl.
Is Pearl like
She would
did she catch
have.
the plague?
Lady Alice says, "Oh, Pearl, she's reaching that age where she thinks she can be bossier than she is clever for, and the it wouldn't be the nursemaid. The governess decided to start her lessons early this morning and have breakfast out in the terrace."
I see. All right. Well, I will. Well, thank you for letting me know, and I will get to work on this benefit and connecting with our nieces and nephews.
She would be very
And-
excited to see you, so maybe you should interrupt her studies.
You're right. That would be. There's no better way for an uncle to enter than to disrupt her studies. Of course, I will proceed immediately.
And
Tell
she
them.
says, and she's playing, and she's looking out the music room windows, and she's like, "Is that Nicholas out there walking the garden?"
Ah, it is. I see. Maybe I might stop with Nicholas. He hasn't been recovering much. Well, has he?
I don't know what's wrong with him lately. It might be nerves about the season, which is no shocker, because being presented in front of the king and queen is quite, well, they say honor, but I'm grateful I don't have to do it.
Well, I will. I'll speak to him. I'll speak to all of them. I have my work cut out for me around here.
You do that, I'm going to
Well.
finish playing my pianoforte. And
you play it so well.
And she just smiles at you and gets into a much more complex piano piece. And
maybe before I go, I'll sort of like I've got work to do, and I'm trying to be a good worker, but I'm an adventurer and an artist at heart. Maybe he can't fully pull himself away from such an interesting piece of music, and he'll find an instrument nearby. Maybe he'll just play along for a minute or two and indulge himself before leaving to see Nicholas.
Yeah, he's got FOMO. He's like, oh, this is such a good one. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, okay, just a minute. And he'll go, he'll play with his sister, and they'll jam a little bit, and then he'll go find Nicholas.
Okay, we're going to pan over to Eleanor. Eleanor, how would you have made your leave from the breakfast table?
I'm not leaving until Dominic's leaving.
Okay.
So I'll wait.
Let's see.
Gonna
Are
wait
you
him
going
out.
to? Oh, he's kind of gathering all of his newspaper and some things, and he kindly just rolls them into the newspaper and says, "Are you going to be staying here?"
No, actually, I would like to have a word. People don't
Sure.
mind.
Would you like
Stand
to
up
talk about?
and not here.
Oh, must be serious.
And I'll just kind of walk out into what I'm hoping is an empty hallway.
Okay. So you're not wanting to make your
arrive,
way up to the offices. You're wanting to kind of stay just outside the breakfast room area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably going to the gallery. It's a big enough room that you would very easily be able to see if no one was there, unless you don't want to be seen. Because you wouldn't be heard in the gallery.
We'll
but
we'll just go to my office.
Okay.
We'll go to my office.
You guys go up to the third floor, and you have connecting doors. There's an entrance on the east and west side to get into your offices separately. And the bank office is just a little bit more fancy. It's got a bigger fireplace. The mine office has kind of a sensible fireplace. And then the bank office, or Dominic's office, has a closet door in the room. But Eleanor, your closet, if you see on the map, you have to go into that little shared space between the doors, and then your closet is there in that little gap.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so I follow, I guess, Eleanor to her office, and I say, "Is this about the pink? You can wear whatever color you like."
No, I would like to know if everything is all right with you.
Is it ever? Do you think?
I'm talking about the way that you spoke to Tanner.
Ah, I see. Um, Now, what did you find so wrong with how I spoke to Tanner?
Dominic, they may work for us, but that does not mean that you could speak to them in that way. Courtesy and respect cost nothing. And to be quite frank, respect and courtesy are invaluable in fostering a harmonious household, which is what we need.
Perhaps my delivery could use some work. I'll admit that. But also, take allow me to, if I may, to give you um some perspective, if if you'll allow me.
Oh, I'm quite curious what's going to come out of your mouth, Dominic.
I see nothing wrong with criticism. And if they don't hear my words of criticism, then perhaps they will never take it upon themselves to improve. Just as you are giving me criticism, I'm taking it in, and I will see to it that my delivery will, um, improve upon it.
We were nearly them just a few short years ago, Dominic. Just because we have moved up in society does not mean that we are better than anyone else. That does not diminish their dignity. A true measure of one's character is how they treat those who can offer nothing in return. And without them, this household would not run the way that it does. So I would ask you, treat them with more respect.
Perhaps.
Not perhaps.
I mean, I do need to give it some thought, you know. Reflect. I will say this. I always want to do better, and it hurts me to see that you're upset with me. You are very important in my life, and the last thing I want is for us to not get along. And I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize you know, our how can I put it, rivalry, friendship, whatever you may call it.
I do not want you to change things because of how you want to be seen by me. We can just as easily go back to where we were, Dominic. This is a tentative place that we're in.
I guess I, I guess you're right. Um, I just sometimes I feel I try too hard to fit in, and perhaps I take qualities that are not the best. And I'm not like you or Nicholas or Oliver. Um, so I will I will try to be more mindful of my tongue.
Thank you. I'm not asking you to change overnight. Just merely consider the respect and kindness that perhaps can inspire loyalty far more effective than criticism. A little understanding of what they're going through every day can go a long way.
You're right. Perhaps I should set some time to see how I can improve their working conditions here. It is the least I can do, especially for Edwin. He's always working so hard. He actually was a bit faster today, and
This is
commend
not improvement. This is not improvement. We're going back down that path. We want to turn the carriage.
Oh, at what point do I walk in?
Whenever you'd like.
Right, whenever you would like, please.
Perhaps
You're listening at the door.
Yeah.
Ooh.
As a good lady's
totally
maid
see
does.
I would totally see that.
Yeah, no, I'll step in now since I was looking for you.
Of course, you do a little courtesy knock. Yeah.
Milady?
Oh, Dove.
Yes, my lord.
I just want to
Hello,
say I
Dove.
appreciate you and all the hard work you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. I'm sure you have work to do, right? Lots
Yes.
of things going on in the bank.
Never give up.
It's not going to run itself.
You are the foundation of the Sterling family. Without you, you are.
I push him out the door.
Good day, my lord.
Good day.
Jeez. That's very
Eleanor just sits at her desk and is like,
Is everything all right, my lady? I've lost my accent.
Have you seen my accent anyway?
quite fine, Dove. Did you have a nice breakfast?
Oh, as always, absolutely delicious. Thank you. Yes. May I help you with anything?
I look around the office. I'll call you if I need you.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I just a moment of your time, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
I've heard from Glenn. What would I call her? Glenn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd say Glenn, yeah. To the family, you'd say Glenn.
From Glenn, her ladyship,
Lady
names,
Maeve.
man.
Lady Maeve.
Lady Maeve.
Lady Maeve.
Lady Maeve's lady's maid. Lady Maeve's lady's maid.
Oh, God.
Your mother might appreciate some time together, and she was wondering if maybe you could go shopping with her once in a while. That's just a thought.
Thank you, Dove. I will take it into consideration.
My apologies for interrupting him. Thank you. Yes.
You're fine. You know how things are.
Eleanor, please roll me an insight check.
Oh, goodness, glaciers! Bad! I think a 10. Yeah, 10.
Dove, roll me a
A something?
What a first roll, guys.
roll me a deception.
Uh, 17.
Okay. The fact that you've received your first letter probably ever while working here, and it was a letter that prompted you to immediately burn it, Eleanor is a little too exasperated and caught up with not only her morning business chat with Dominic, but news that her mother wants her to be more involved in frivolities.
News that she might need to go shopping soon.
Yeah. Heaven forbid.
Rich people problems, am I right?
Yeah, so you just kind of are like wiping your hands on your dress and you're kind of like still a little shaken up, but Eleanor just is like too wrapped up in her own problems right now.
Yeah, I'll like hesitate, but then just leave her to it, I guess. Look back as I go out the door, but like, okay, yeah. Here we go.
Thank you, Dove.
Of course, my lady.
Dove, where do you go?
I think one of the benefits of being Eleanor's lady's maid is that I have a lot of free time. But one of the bad parts about that is that I don't want to look suspicious ever and just be wandering around. So I'm not sure where I go. Where do we do our like fencing?
Down in the basement there is a sparring hall. A long sparring hall.
I'll go start fencing a mannequin or something.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
Or
so you go down there
whatever.
And you're practicing the forms and such.
Practicing forms, yeah.
You go down there and you start letting out some steam, and we are going to pan over to Nicholas. Nicholas, you are walking the grounds. The sun is finally starting to come out a little bit. The ground is much squelchier and muddier than you anticipated. Actually, you didn't really anticipate anything because you didn't think about it when you left. You just were wanting to walk. And now you are getting your freshly polished boots that Edwin probably fixed up the night before, all dirty. And you're even splattering some mud on your trousers, and you're none the wiser about it, I'm sure, as you are just thinking. Tell us about what the camera sees with Nicholas.
So Nicholas kind of paces back and forth. This was kind of the place he and Davenor hung out in the gardens. This is where he taught Nicholas to use his magic. This is where he taught Nicholas to use the sword. So this is kind of a special place to Nick. But in his head, he keeps repeating the line, divergence in the line has been found. And it doesn't take a genius, because Nicholas, let's face it, isn't a genius, to figure out where the divergence comes from and who it might be with, given his icy demeanor at points. So he is trying to cook up a lie so he can go back to the city and see the doctor.
A lie to give to his family of why he needs
Yeah.
to go to the city.
Correct.
Okay, right as you're kind of internally deciding on this path, you hear some other footsteps squelching through the muddy grass as your uncle walks up on you.
Uncle?
Nicholas, how are you doing?
Wonderful. It's finally sunny. It is a beautiful day.
I
And
noticed your pacings.
yes, you know how, and he kind of bites his tongue, father is.
I do know how your father is, and he's, well, I wouldn't wish to say anything ill about your father, Nicholas.
I would not choose to say anything ill about Lord Sterling myself. Just it's a lot. Honestly, I think I'd like to go see Lily in the city.
Lily in the city.
Oh, you would not know Lily. She is a friend of mine. Her family runs a motif and tailor shop in the capital.
I would be more than happy to accompany you. There's a number of appointments I have. I could perhaps introduce to you some friends, or perhaps not. Or perhaps we might, as you said, we go to the stage, see the opera. If you want to go downtown, I'd be more than happy to go with you.
So, question, Uncle, if someone were to say, try to woo someone else who might be going through a divorce at the time, how would one go about that?
Very, very, very carefully, Nicholas. Very carefully. I have on occasion found myself indeed in trysts with, shall we say, not entirely emotionally available individuals. I find people coming out of relationships or divorces tend to be rather affixed on that situation.
Fair.
It can be quite difficult. It requires a great deal of perseverance, admittedly. Would you, I do not wish to pry if you're uncomfortable, but may I? You said Lily?
Yes, Lily. However, Lily is not going through a divorce. Lily is just a very good friend of mine.
Now,
Also,
Oliver, you would know everyone that is coming out this season already, and you would know anyone who is of note that is in the dating sphere, and you do not know of a Lily.
Yeah. Yes, I'm curious, Nicholas. So, all right. I will try to connect the dots because you are being a little vague. That's okay with these things, young men and such. So Lily you're asking about a partner, potential partner coming out of a divorce. Lily is not getting divorced. Are you hoping to? I have not heard of this Lily Blue Man. Is she married? Are you hoping to divorce her? What's going on?
See that you've also missed the letter on that.
I just got here, after all.
Lily is not my cup of tea. Now, yes.
Oh, I see. You're not into lilies. You're more into
I prefer something stronger.
a strong oak as opposed to light flower.
Yes.
I see.
Yes, Uncle. Yes.
Well, I can talk to you about that as well, Nicholas. He'll put his arm around him.
I love it.
I remember
That's
this one
Uncle.
lad back in out south. He'll, but before we get into all of that, maybe more easy passing time to topics. I have something for you from my travels, if you're interested.
I love your gifts. I love your stories, but you do not have to buy our love, Uncle.
But how would I be the cool uncle if I didn't try to?
I think you're my only living uncle, so by default you're the cool uncle.
Oh, you're very kind.
Damn.
I like to give you all gifts because when I'm out and about, I'm thinking of all of you always. And I was thinking about you when I met a rather strange creature, and he will produce from his pocket. It will be a pouch, and he will open the pouch, and there will be six long black strings, and he will say, "Now, a violin is played with metallic-like strings." And on my journeys, I encountered a rather strange culture of creatures that had hair as strong as steel. And I did not know how well they would fit onto the violin, but I thought it might be interesting to play with for your sound. So I brought them, and they're yours to use if you would find interest in them, of course. I thought it exotic and interesting enough that it might suit your tastes.
Actually, that does sound quite to my liking. Thank you, Uncle.
Excellent. Just don't ask how I found them or got them.
Wouldn't dare.
You can if you want. I'm just kidding.
Maybe another time.
Maybe another time. And he'll pat Dominic on the arm. He'll say, "Well, I'll tell you what. I will not overstay my welcome here. You seem to be deep in thought, and I would not wish to interrupt that for too long. But if
actually,
you wish... Yes,
you know my mother fairly well.
I have met her
right?
on occasion. Yes, yep.
Was she close to any of the other families in particular?
DM. I don't know that. Do you know that?
Are you asking me?
Could I roll a check to see if I
Sure, roll a
aware?
history.
A history. All right.
All right.
I get 1d20 plus.
We have the gorgeous Lady Nicole Sterling on the handout.
She's so pretty.
Just don't look
Compared
too
to her
close, because I'm
husband.
pretty sure it's an AI image, and her eyes are a little wonky if you look too close.
It happens. It happens.
But
Oh,
she
that's
is
12.
so pretty. What did you say?
She's so pretty.
That'll be a 12.
12, yeah. So, it's long been sort of the joke that no one really knows how your brother Spudnik scored Nicole.
Why would that be a joke? I don't understand.
She's
I was the one who started
gorgeous.
that joke.
She's talented. She's suave. She's well spoken. She's only seemed to become more beautiful with age. And you know that there were many people that wanted to get with her over the years, though often she is known for, despite all of these things that are kind of outside of her control, she has put a very loyal and hard-working foot forward that everyone can recognize. And so she's been very minded towards the success of the family. She always seems to enjoy nice things and enjoy socializing, but always in the back of her mind, she seems to be focusing on what is my role and how can I, with my skills, talents, abilities, promote our family's success.
Got it. I'll say, well, Nicholas, as your mother has always been a fair lady in the aristocracy, and she is, or not in the aristocracy, but she's always been a fair lady, and certainly has garnered interest with that. But she's always been loyal to the family. She's been steadfast in ensuring our good favor wherever she can secure it. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. Curiosity more often than anything else.
It's a rather specific question for curiosity's sake, I might say.
Well, Mom has put so much pressure on me to marry up this year, and to do it as quickly as possible. So I'm wondering if there might be someone who already sort of has a tie to the family.
Well,
Someone I can make a connection with, like a father figure.
I see. Teenagers. Let's see. I had a thought, Nicholas. I am a musician, as you well
Yes.
know.
Yes.
You are a musician, and if you're looking for someone who's perhaps a little more open-minded than your father, I'd be more than happy to be around for you as you wish. But as when it comes to the seasons coming, there are many prospects, Nicholas. Have you considered anyone from this season's edition or from this season's eligible people?
No.
No?
Nope. Not a
It
one.
seems like you. I'm just gonna
Oliver,
come out and
roll
say
me
it
a
seems like
roll me a perception check.
a perception. Okay. Oh god, I deleted it. All right, I'm gonna roll it over here. That'll be a natural 20. For perception,
hell
that'll
yeah.
be 22.
Okay, not only do you start having to look for ambient clues because pulling words out of this teenager's mouth, albeit an 18-year-old teenager, but is hard. And you notice that Nicholas has slightly crumpled in his fist a letter that is the only thing he seems to have. He hasn't looked at it, but like he does have it in his hand still. And you managed to catch with your natural 20 the signature of Dr. Valescent at the bottom, just in quick swiping.
Oh,
I do believe he.
I
Oh wait, you
burned that.
burned it. You burned it.
Yes.
With a
You don't notice
firebolt.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, here's how we're going to do this. I'm sorry, I forgot you burned it.
It's okay.
You notice his hands look extremely blue and cold. And Nicholas keeps rubbing his eyebrows, and at first you thought it was like maybe dandruff coming off of them or something, but you look closer and it seems to be little tiny ice crystals. Just kind of, he keeps rubbing his eyebrows like he's got an itch, and he just seems to be very cold.
Like,
or he looks kind of chilly, which seems odd with the season.
got it.
Or maybe it's dandruff, maybe it's the light. It's kind of cloudy outside. Maybe he's getting sick. You're not sure.
Right. I'll look at him and I'll say, so Nicholas, you
Yes.
are. Oh boy, you are a puzzle, my young friend. You have become. I have to say. I will. So. Oh boy.
A lot
Let me put
happened
it-
while you were away.
Yes, if I might, I know that you are currently the most eligible heir to the family, which means that you have magical capabilities. If you don't mind my asking, to where do they come from? I don't recall you attending any universities.
Well,
Also
hung
noticed
around
that your
with.
hands are quite blue.
Oh yeah, that chromatic orb spell Davenor taught me.
Right.
The ice tends to keep my hands quite cold.
I see. And what long icicles you have from your brows, young Nicholas. I'll tell you what.
Nicholas, roll me a deception check, and Oliver can roll an insight check.
That's gonna be
I rolled another natural 20.
Jesus.
Dice is hot.
This is hot, I guess. I don't like regular nat 20s in rows. It makes me
I just
feel
rolled a
bad.
17.
23.
Floppy dice.
23.
So with the nat 20 against the 17, I think what comes to your mind as, you know that Nicholas has innate magical powers, and with people that have innate ability that don't train in it like Eleanor, there can be kind of chaotic representations of that magic, and especially if Nicholas is trying spells or magic that Davenor taught him but is not around to like guide him in how to do properly. Sure, maybe he was doing some magic that could make his hands cold and blue or whatever. But what you do think about is the fact that he left the table with a letter unopened, and he's been pacing since.
Received a letter. He's pacing. He's real frosty. And he's asking about his mother's
He needs
loyalty.
some new father figures in his life, I guess.
Yeah. I will say, listen, Nicholas, it sounds to me that you have a lot on your mind, a lot you wish to speak to, but perhaps are not entirely ready to fully delve into. Is that all a fair assessment? Give me that at least, my boy. Give me that at least. Help me out here.
I will give you that. I am not ready to speak of it as of yet.
And that is perfectly fine, Nicholas. If you want to go downtown and talk about lilies and look for big oaks, we will discuss the different types of oaks. I certainly have found my way around a couple trunks. We will speak of that at the due time when you're ready, and maybe we'll find our way to the opera. But yeah, I'd be more than happy to spend some time with you, Nicholas. And when you're ready, I'd be happy to speak on these things that seem to be troubling you so much.
You hear a voice, both of you, saying, "Ready for what?" And up walks, quickly and elegantly, Lady Nicole Sterling, Nicholas's mother, fully ready for the day, looking fabulous, and
An organ
somehow...
playing somewhere.
You what?
An organ playing somewhere.
Yeah.
Dun, dun,
Dun, dun, dun. And she has her skirts held up so as to not drag in the mud so early in the day, or ever really. But she walks up and she says, "Brother-in-law, I heard you had arrived. It's so lovely to see you." And she gives you a kiss on the cheek.
Goes, "Oh, sister-in-law, it's so lovely to see you. In the gardens, no less, after such a galing storm. Are you sure your shoes will suffice out here? Should I call for the servants?"
Really, dear Oliver, we know that you care more about what your shoes look like than I do. Now,
No, you're
what were
probably
you
right about
two hens in the hen yard talking about?
While she's talking to Oliver, Nicholas is going to spend a sorcery point to subtle cast prestidigitation to make himself look warm and normal and just kind of like warm up his hands.
Okay. Absolutely.
Nothing, Mother. Uncle Oliver here was telling me all about his adventures in trunks and lilies.
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I went to a rather strange forest about 3 months ago. But no, but as on top of that, we were also speaking about getting ready for the opera. Have you heard the from the carousel? Apparently, the Queen called it sublime masterpiece. I was thinking of taking Dominic, or excuse me, I was thinking of taking Nicholas.
La Traviata. I
Yes.
dearly want to see it. Nicholas,
Great.
this will be the
Yes.
perfect opportunity to be seen by a few people. Pre-season.
Yes, Mother. Oh, Uncle Oliver was also telling me about his time with the Vaults guy.
Yes, your Uncle
That
Oliver
is
does
true.
like to mingle in the ethereal realm.
I know
So,
Father thinks it's hooey, but
Your father's
Uncle Oliver,
ideas are Huey.
if Uncle Oliver didn't object, I thought maybe I could join him and maybe get some answers to some questions I've had.
Questions that I'm unable to answer for you.
Can you see the future, Mother?
I imagine I can guess the answer to that one.
He's gotten so deep and mysterious this last year. The
I know he has,
future,
hasn't
I can see the future that we create, and I have worked very hard to create a wonderful future for you. Now, is it clothing? Is it suitors? Is it new shoes that are not covered in mud? Any of these things I can foresee a solution to. What could possibly be needing you to go to the Vault Skies with your uncle?
Curiosity.
Well, we
I
could
think it
all
might be a good
go.
opportunity.
I have some
There's
curiosities myself I'd like to perhaps get a reading about.
Certainly, and perhaps we might run into an Emmeline or Rebecca Volsky while we were there. Like you said, it would be good to get Dominic, or it would be good to get Nicholas out on in preseason now.
Is Emmeline or what was the other one?
Rebecca.
Are
They're
they
all
tree
Rowan's.
trunks?
No, they are not tree trunks. They are lilies.
Then I don't think we'll take much time to talk to them while we're there. I will see you both inside. And she picks up her skirts and takes off to the house.
Okay. I see, Nicholas, that I am the last one who seems to be informed of your inclination towards oaks.
Yeah, it I don't know, it just sort of happened. It came.
No matter.
I don't know.
I will tell you this: it is rather awkward to come out through letter. I wasn't really sure how to put it to paper when I was young.
Yeah. Hey, dear Uncle Oliver,
That's me.
I prefer oak trees. Big oak trees. Long, hard oak trees. Instead of soft, delicate bushes.
Well, Nicholas, thank you for making that so very formal.
You're welcome.
I have to say that there's something beautiful and sweet about bushes, and you should not take it off the table if you were wise. But to each their own. Oh God. Okay. All right. Never mind. I suppose.
Well, I
Just means
appreciate the
more money
words of
for me,
wisdom.
I suppose. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, let me know. Let me know. I'm going to keep up with you, and we're going to find some time to go out. And I would be more than happy to take you to the Vault Skies and the opera. Do you between me and you? Do you want your mother there, or should we?
Oh, prefer that she would not be there, but she is a crafty one.
She is indeed, but I find myself well a match for her cunning. We'll have to
Do
sneak
you,
ourselves out some night.
Do you think it is a wise idea to join Dominic at the bank, like Father suggested? The paper thinks there's not a whole lot going on up here.
I think that you are, by Regencia standards, the most eligible heir to the family name, and so you should know how the family works. Yeah, I think you should spend some time with your brother at the bank.
Wonderful.
I know.
Wonderful.
Better you than me.
Oh. Yeah, let's I have to go return Eleanor's letter. The Blue Mets don't seem like a very good match for Eleanor, but what do I know?
Well,
Pink.
who knows? Well, this is going to be an interesting season, Nicholas. It's going to be an interesting season indeed.
Ways is?
As you,
I'll
sorry.
depart. Yeah, that's all. I'll just depart and go seek someone else to talk to.
We are going to pan over to Dominic in his office, and then that will be the last full scene before we make one more quick stop with our camera after Dominic, and then we will end for the night.
All right. So, Dominic, let's see. There are a couple of things that Dominic wants to do, but we'll start with we'll continue on with the topic of what Eleanor was talking about. So, Dominic is going to summon Tanner, into his office.
Okay. Tanner shows up. I'm sure you have one of the manservants or maids go fetch him, and then he knocks on your door.
Come in.
Lord Dominic, you summoned me?
Yes. I was talking with someone of great importance to me, and I wanted to know just how do you find the working conditions here?
Quite favorably, your lordship. I'd been wanting to be a footman ever since I was 12.
I see. So then you find no problems with the way with the way we talked this morning, the things I had to say to you.
You see his ears go red.
It's okay. Don't be afraid.
I know that there's been discrepancies in the mail sorting before, so it's something I clearly need a reminder about.
Okay. And is there any way we can make it easier for you? Accommodate such things?
No accommodations are needed for me, sir. I'm your lordship. I promise I am capable to the task.
Oh no. Let's see. I would like to insight check that.
Okay,
If
what are you
that's all
trying to
right.
look for?
I want to see if uh I want to see his in because let's see, because I kind of want to like let's see, I want to see if if his answer is genuine, if there is a problem, you know, that needs to be addressed, if he's holding back, or maybe it is just him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me an insight roll.
Okay. Let's see. Where's the dice button? Over here. Okay. Insight check. I'll do it on D&D Beyond just because it's a bit easier. And I would like to use a feature of mine. It's a Battle Master feature. A tactical assessment. Let's see. We're going to roll insight. Insight. Okay. 12 plus a superiority dice. So 1d8.
And what does the tactical assessment do for you?
Oh, so it states when you make an intelligence an investigation history or insight check, you can expend one superiority die and add the superiority die to the ability check. So 3 plus 12 is 15.
Okay. So his ears go even redder, and he seems to not dangerously suspect but he seems to be embarrassed about something that you can almost tell is on the tip of his tongue, but he's not coming forward with it.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. Tanner, please. I would like to know. I will not ask again. And I can intimidate him or or however you like it. Or persuade.
This poor guy.
Yeah.
Tell me how you like your job. Now. Tell me.
Feel safe with
Tell
me.
me, motherfucker.
Feel safe with me. I love it.
Are you enjoying your work conditions, motherfucker?
Pretty much.
He says he suddenly just like spills out that one of the mail carrying carriages usually has this girl working that helps her father, and she's just really great to talk to, and he might have maybe gotten distracted this morning chatting with her and pushed the mail back with his conversation.
I see. And
I swear, my lord, it won't happen again. I will take me off time to talk to her if she comes again.
And do you know during what time she comes?
Well, just with the morning mail, my lord.
Okay, leave it to Kyle to take in the mail. I want you to be taking breaks from now on. During the time she arrives. How does that suit?
That would work very well, my lord.
Okay. Now, would you find any tasks to be difficult if I were to give you these times?
No, except that I will make sure that I'm there for the serving of breakfast.
You think you can do this?
Yes, my lord.
Okay. And all right then. Is there anything else I can do to make your work conditions better?
No, my lord. Everything seems suitable.
Okay. In return, I ask you to spread word about what I've done for you. And know that I'm someone that the staff can come to if they need me.
Yes, my lord. With questions or problems, or for the new
Any of the
break
sort.
schedule. I don't know if Mrs. Whitaker will. She'll probably want you to discuss it with her as she manages.
I will discuss it with her. I I will make I'll set time aside so that you know, you are more comfortable in the workplace and that you stay focused on your task. We can work together on this. How does that sound?
Whatever my lord desires, I'm sure will work to the entire household's benefit.
Perfect. And let's say um do your best to get the girl. I'm rooting for you. I appreciate you.
He looks like so uncomfortable. He's like, what is happening? I've never had one of the family take such an interest in my life slash in such like um a like exposing way. And he's like, you can tell he's not sure whether he should be like, if you're trolling him or if you're serious, or he's just looks like he's wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible while things are chummy.
And let's see, one more thing. As far as the sorting will go, I'll see to it that I put you in charge of Kyle. Um, in terms of that job. I think he will be reporting to you now.
Jesus Christ.
I will
It's what
talk to
Dexter
Mrs.
loses
Whitaker,
lid.
and and I'm sure that things will work out. All right.
Is there anything else my lord needs?
Um, let's see. See if you can find maybe my brother. I think my cousin. Oh, never mind. Um, just bring Nicholas here.
Yes, my lord. Right away. And he turns on his heel, and after giving you a little bow, he turns on his heel, opens the door, and goes out to find Nicholas, wherever he might be. And the camera is going to pan over right before we end to Eleanor. And Eleanor, you are sitting at your desk, and in non-Eleanor fashion, you have swiveled your chair because they have swivel chairs in Regencia. You have swiveled your chair, which is a creation of House Vaneforge, of course, with their ingenuity.
Of course.
You have swiveled your chair towards your window, which you have just a single window, but it's a nice window, and you swivel your chair towards your window, and you're looking out, and you see a reflection in the glass. As the sun is kind of coming through, the glass is not as clear as it might be, and you see a reflection behind your silhouette. or you see a figure, you might say, behind your silhouette in the window. What do you do?
Kind of just like rub a hand over my face. I really don't have the time now.
You look at the window in the reflection and you see the tall figure put their hand on your shoulder. And as you look down and see nothing on your shoulder, you sigh and think once again, I don't have time for this. And that's where we'll end session 1.
For what? Time for what?
To be picked up next week on Wednesday. Next week we have Wednesday the... Why is my calendar not popping up? What's next?
23rd?
The 22nd. Wednesday the 22nd. Thank you everyone for playing. I know it's really late for some of you.
I want to keep going. What are your secrets? Tell me more. Now.
Oh, I'm so excited. That's perfect.
I loved Seth's, what did I do? When Dominic was like, bring me my brother. He's like, why me?
I didn't do anything.
This is fun, you guys.
Yeah.
Is there any, sometimes what I like to do with my groups is just open it up real quick at the end of sessions for people to share favorite roleplay or moments from the story that related to someone else's character or someone else's role playing or something as kind of like a team building thing.
My 2 most important notes that I wrote down was number 1, swivel chairs exist in Regencia.
Most important.
That's really important. I need to know that for world building stuff. And then the other one is oak trees and lilies.
It's
really impactful and beautiful.
I loved like the like Nicholas like came out and Oliver was like, no, I understand that too.
Yeah.
She's like, he's a cool uncle, you know?
Yeah, the cool uncle. He's like, oh.
Like, oh,
to buy presents, you're already the cool uncle.
Yes. This too I know about.
I do think you might be dying. Also fantastic. It's like, do you think I might be dying? It's like, I think you might be.
You might be.
You're like, you might be. Leaves.
I was like, Brooklyn is the most like feminist person ever, and having you respond like that just, I never would have imagined in a million years. I was like, Brooklyn did not
feminist,
just leave.
Like,
that poor girl.
I love to teach a middle school class about like sex education. That's like my jam, but not dumb. Absolutely not. Just not here for that.
Fantastic. I wouldn't know what that letter means. That's up, God.
I want to know who's standing behind you. Sorry. Okay,
Props to Dominic, or I guess Milo, for possibly the most uncomfortable scene I've ever experienced as a DM.
Oh my god.
Agreed. Also, the most uncomfortable scene that I have been
that I witnessed.
A witness of.
No offense, friend, but that last one was cringy.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited.
I was like, Dominic's gonna get this guy fired.
Guys, I can't wait to hang out with Dominic as a servant. I'm so stoked.
Yeah, we could do.
You can't say anything.
Well, I don't know. He might be the one person she could say stuff to if they're not like a terrified servant.
It was the fucked up power dynamic that was so uncomfortable to me. I was like, oh my god.
It was like, how do you like your job? Now be honest to your boss. I'm not gonna be honest to you. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear.
When the boss asks you to come in and is like, tell me what you really feel, about
The CEO.
yeah.
Steve Jobs
I'm the-
asks you about
I'm
how
the
you like
difference
yourself.
between you and poverty. Now, how do I feel? Like, what?
Exactly. That's exactly what's going on through my head.
It's so fucked up.
Oh, I kept being
Oh.
like, "Oh, this is so juicy if I was only a player, but I can't leave the scene because I'm stuck."
I was just like, oh, I'm over here
That's
like
exactly what I was
my
going
blood.
for when you like came to me like and it was like, hey, be more respectful, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'll be
No,
I'll be the
You
guy that you
brought
don't
this
want
on,
helping,
Eleanor.
but you need help from.
Oh.
no, you don't. You could just left him alone. He would have been fine.
Oh, I'm good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle this kind of stressful interactions every game. This is so much.
I can't either. I
Well, I was
cannot.
I was sitting here like, oh, Dominic's gonna fire this guy. What do I
I
do
wish he
if
would've,
Dominic
to be
fires
honest.
this guy?
Okay,
Ugh.
you know who's gonna be pissed? Spudnik when he finds out.
Oh,
What?
Spudnik's not gonna care.
We just changed the schedule, you know.
You don't know the names of anybody. He wouldn't recognize their faces either, I'm sure.
That's true. He doesn't know their
The
names.
household
You changed the schedule and then gave him a promotion
to
Yeah.
over his brother. That's gonna
over his
be
twin brother.
that's fucked up, man.
I love how Dove was like, ooh, immediately leaves the situation when the maid is like, I'm bleeding, but then when the other sassy lady's maid is like glaring at you, you're like
I love it.
the
I am here
situations in
for
which
it.
you're willing to be confrontational were just really entertaining.
I want more scenes with Dove. Give me more scenes. Give me.
Also, I love how self-depreciating Nicholas is. I'm not saying that that's healthy, but it was kind of funny.
Precious. And I want to put him in my pocket.
I do too.
I want him to be nice to himself.
Yeah.
And
That's why I'm like, hey, buddy. It's like,
He's like, thanks
we're
for your
buddies
letter.
too.
I'm gonna go now. And you're like, ah!
yeah, what the fuck? You took my letter.
Oh, that was good. Yeah.
I was like, wait, I need that.
I was gonna give it back. He just wanted to read it in private. He has thoughts.
He's like, where are you going?
Eleanor was so like meh about the letter when she read it in her personal chambers, and then the letter gets passed around to the whole family.
Whole family, everybody's
And
reading
now-
it.
Now it's like, oh, what have I done? Well, to be fair, I gave it to
your aunt.
Aunt first,
Aunt
and then
Alice.
she passed it around.
Uh-huh. What I really liked about the whole breakfast scene was just it felt very family. It felt there was good family vibes. Like
Yeah.
you can feel out the relationships between everybody. It was fun. The two
Yeah.
brothers and the dad, and
What you don't know is that I'm plotting Dominic's murder right now,
Oh no!
I won't let you.
and I'm gonna be in charge of the mines and the bank.
Yeah, tell that to Kyle.
Kyle.
Who's Kyle?
Yeah,
Quick, let's
Sanders' brother.
teach them more fencing.
What?
Who?
Wait, what does Kyle have to do with it?
Oh
What's
no!
that?
Like how it was ironic that he was like kind of like, ooh, he's in trouble.
Oh.
Glad it's not me.
Oh, because
now-
Eleanor's plotting things?
And yeah,
I just thought it was funny that he's like, oh, I dodged a bullet. Now my brother is my boss.
yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna
You just willy-nilly created a new position amongst the staff hierarchy. You
if that
can't
isn't a
just do
power
that.
play, I don't know
There's
what
checks
is.
and balances, and
Overseer of mail sorting.
Eleanor's gonna find out, and she's gonna blow a gasket.
No, I love it.
Oh my god, it was a hot mess.
Okay,
I don't know
need to go.
if Ryan's system went down or something, but he's gone.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Oh.
I enjoyed Ryan. I liked the weird metal violin strings he gave Nicholas.
That was cool, yeah.
Okay, I don't know if
Good.
anyone else saw M's face, but he's like, as you know, violins are played with metal strings, and she's like, no,
I was like, are they?
Well, the strings on the violin are metal?
I
Question
thought they were
mark?
sinew. Aren't they like a sinew?
That's the bow.
The bow
bow's
is made
made
out
of
of like
horsehair.
horsehair.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Horsehair,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, M's
We're
looking
gonna
I
it up.
think it
figure
could be
it out.
nylon.
That's
Nylon?
what I thought.
You know what? I got a weird animal medal. We're gonna figure it out.
Google says
Of
The
They are
best
made
violin
from-
strings.
a variety of materials, including sheep intestine, nylon, and steel, depending on what kind you
I
get.
think steel's like,
according to AI, I got
isn't it
cat
steel like a
gut.
fiddle?
Catgut is
Yeah.
sheep the word for
Yeah.
sheep intestine, apparently.
Oh.
Ooh.
Catgut.
As your cat looks right at the screen
gonna-
and goes,
I'm gonna make a violin out of your guts.
But yeah, I was like, aren't no, but what I was really freaking out about was putting the pieces together with little Nicholas right here.
What piece?
I know
Wait,
your
what?
secrets. I know your secrets.
Who Nicholas kind of likes?
I know. I know.
Wait. No, wait, what?
There's only one NPC who's going
Don't
through
tell,
a
don't
divorce
tell!
right now.
They need to figure it out on their own.
who's going what?
I haven't
going
even
through
gotten my hands on a newspaper
a
yet in
divorce.
game.
So what does
Let me
star
catch
mean
up.
again?
Hmm?
DM, what does star mean again?
That they're coming out for the first time. They're being
First.
presented for the first time.
Is like they're available or
Yes, they are now going to be officially societally available to date and to court and to call upon. Anyone that doesn't have the star next to them has already been out and presented in past seasons. But this season, if you have a star, everyone will now know that you are officially available.
On the market.
Dating
On the
age.
market.
Let's see.
I have a question.
Who's
That's why I
available?
also asked. That's why I also asked, how old is too old for Nicholas?
You're good. You're 18.
What?
You're fine.
How old is the house storm? Lady 17? Nope.
Question.
Yes.
Answer.
Are we jumping straight back in at this point? Next session. If not, I had some stuff.
We may not be jumping back at this exact moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you like to share said stuff now, or do you want to message me about shared stuff, and then we can kind of do like a what happened in the interim when we start next time, or...
I just want to send out some letters and like requisition some books.
Ooh, totally. If you want to put those letters together, or
Yeah.
improv those in the moment when we get back, I think that there is going to be an opportunity at the beginning of each session, which this is not my fun idea, I've taken this from some other groups, to have a correspondence moment at the beginning of each session for people to send out letters and to receive the letters that they've been waiting for or maybe receiving. So we will do that each session probably in the beginning. So that's something you can say, Eleanor would have sent this out.
Yeah.
Either that
Yeah.
same day or...
Yeah, it was like that, and I didn't know if we were like jumping to the same day, if I would have been able to like show my mother the letter and speak with her about that. And I also need to figure out whether I'm the courter or the courtee.
You should
I think we
figure
all
that
have
out.
to I think we all have to figure that one out.
Yeah, I didn't.
You have 2 in-game weeks before the season starts, though I'm sure the people in your lives wanting to get you on the road to potential suitors are going to want to know ASAP.
Yeah, I also want to figure it out ASAP.
I have a question.
Yes.
Two, I guess.
What day of the week is it in game?
Wednesday.
So I'm making a calendar. Wednesday. Cool. I'm
Wednesday.
making a calendar. And
Sick.
Also, what day of the week do I get paid? Just curious.
That's fair.
And when was the last time I got paid?
So, Dove, Mrs. Whitaker is the one that distributes the wages, and she collects that directly from the family herself, and she distributes it amongst the servants. And so you would get paid probably every Saturday night. You could probably go to her office, and she would give you yours like the night before, but she usually distributes them on Sunday.
Okay.
Oh, goodbye, Milo.
Just
Bye,
once.
Milo.
Yeah, I was gonna say bye to you
Thank
guys
you.
actually
Thank you.
before leaving. I have to be up in a few
Yeah.
in like 4
same,
hours.
Oh,
gotta
that's
go to
awful.
bed.
So do I get paid
Yeah.
this Sunday or next
Bye,
Sunday?
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
That's
You would get paid every Sunday, so you'll get paid this coming Sunday
Oh, it's
as well.
week. For some reason I thought it was 2 weeks. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it would be weekly.
Okay, Milo texted the group and said goodbye there. Good job. This is fun.
Thanks. How do you feel like it went?
I'm genuinely loving